Okay, Chair, we're live.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the Planning Committee being held at 6 p.m. on the 18th of March 2021. Due to government guidance on social distancing and COVID-19 virus, the Planning Committee on the 18th of March will be held virtually online. The press and public will be able to watch the meeting live online and at the following link, thurrock.gov.uk/webcast. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll now open up the agenda. First and foremost, do we have any apologies for absence? Wendy, thank you.
We've received no apologies, Chair.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, that takes us on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 11th of February 2021. They're found on pages 5 to 24. Do I see a hand up there nice and early? Councillor Byrne, is that?
Yes, please, sir. I guess this is the time for minutes, but it seems to be a very unbusy agenda tonight compared to the norm. So can I ask why Kemp's Farm hasn't come back on the agenda? I really can't see any reason why there won't be ample time for that, please, sir.
Lee, would you like to come in there?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Yes, Councillor Byrne. It's really because the last meeting was an extraordinary planning committee meeting, so the committee cycle for preparing the agendas and reports was cut short because of the last meeting. So Kemp's Farm is scheduled for the next planning committee meeting on the 22nd of April.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. And I've got another hand up there. Would you like to come in with a question?
Yes, Chair. I know you're dealing with the minutes, but there's something that's not quite right with the agenda. It's on page 54. It's got a yellow highlighted mark, and it reads, John, leave the above as it is summarised as I consider this in the assessment, looking to cut down the wording. That's highlighted on page 54, Chair. And then on page 57, Chair, it's got another item. John, not sure if we need to include this paragraph or revised version, potentially fueling the fire for members at other sites. Now, I'm not quite understanding those two remarks. But it would bring me on nicely, Chair, to suggest there's obviously been a lot of disquiet about this retirement village. And I know I've had a discussion with both you and Lee Nicholson on an email. I'd still like to put a motion to say that we have either that included on Monday's briefing or if we need a few more days on the 25th of March, because I'm at a loss why this has taken over 11 months to resolve to a section 106. And I think we need to get to the bottom of it, Chair. So I'm going to move that we have a meeting. If we can't have it on Monday, we have it on the 25th of March at 6 p.m. That's next Thursday, to discuss the retirement village at Langdon Hills, so that we can understand where we're going on this section 106. And I'd hope one of my colleagues would second that, and perhaps we can proceed to a vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice.
I'll second that, or whoever. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Let's just slow down there. There was quite a lot of comments made there. So first and foremost, I'll invite Lee to come in on pages 54 and pages 57. Obviously, I think what's happened there is this is a comments from a draft agenda. So obviously, it's important officers go through and obviously tweak, what's being said. To make the agenda, I suppose, more balanced and fair. So I'll let Lee come in on that one. Now, I'm not sure if you've just received an email in relation to, literally come in about 10 minutes ago, in relation to Langdon Hill, saying that the applicant themselves and the council are confident that that can be signed off in a few days. Now, we have our meeting on Monday in relation to the train station.
Yeah.
I know we're obviously on different pages with this one. Your suggestion is you don't understand why it's taken 12 months. I believe that I think the developer is, I've got both sides of the stories, and I think maybe the developer is, we're only getting their side, and I think there's two sides to every story. So I'll invite Lee to come in on his comments. Wendy, if you want to come in terms of procedure, we'll take it from there. But obviously, we do need to get moving on this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll make it brief. An email was sent to members just before this meeting, which was essentially hot off the press because the applicant's planning agent contacted the officer team late this afternoon, essentially agreeing the final two outstanding issues for the Section 106. There is a safety audit that needs to be submitted, which we're told will be with us tomorrow. And subject to that being received, that is essentially the final piece in the jigsaw, which means that we can very quickly move on and have the Section 106 wrapped up and then have the decision notice issued. So hopefully that's good news for members. There's no need to move a motion to arrange a briefing session. That's something that could be done just by contacting officers. Doesn't need to be part of the planning committee process. But clearly, if the 106 isn't dealt with in the next couple of days, more than happy to facilitate that discussion. We can meet with members and we can go through that case. With regards to the comments on pages 54, 56, that as the chair said, that's correct. There was it seems as though one of the early versions has made it into the appendix, which has been rectified on the council's system, so that has been addressed. But certainly, the actual main report that members have this evening is the correct one, so that doesn't affect the recommendation or the decisions that should be made with that. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chair, will that mean if it's a case that Lee feels the Section 106 will be tied up in the next day or two, that would give us the opportunity, surely, to, after we've had the Stamfordly Hope presentation and we've dealt with that on Monday, we could have a short 15 or 20 minutes just to tell us what's going on from there. Or we can go to Thursday the 25th of March at 6 p.m. and have an update from that position. I mean, I'm in your hands, Chair. I know that it's caused an awful lot of disquiet amongst members, and that's why I've actually put the motion up. But, I'd be guided by the clerk, Chair.
Okay. Look, as far as I'm concerned, we've got that meeting on Monday. Obviously, this evening is to deal with the items that we've got on the agenda. Yeah. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is nothing that can't be discussed on Monday. I'm happy with that email that came out sort of 10 or 20 minutes ago now. So it's up to, I mean, as I said, it's not something I'm prepared to look into. If you're happy to move on, Councillor Rice.
Yes, I'm happy for that. If, what you've agreed with there is that we can have an update on Monday, and perhaps we don't even need the update. We'd have the Section 106 issued before Monday. I don't know. Lee seems pretty confident in that.
I'm sure. Yeah, we can have a discussion on Monday. See where we are, and we'll crack on. But thanks for raising that. Councillor Byrne, you got your hands raised. Was that to you like to lower your hand, or did you actually have any comments? Thank you.
Yeah, I've got comments. Obviously, I agree with Councillor Rice, but I've got these yellow marks as well. So, I mean, apart from anything else, this is a massive schoolboy error, isn't it? And very sloppy work. I mean, this makes you think, is this entire page sloppy, or the people actually, I don't know, are we missing something because we're all working from home or whatever? But it is big schoolboy error and sloppy work. So, can anybody answer why we are getting this? It just seems wrong on so many levels that things are not checked before we get them.
From my opinion, Councillor Byrne, you know, these agendas are huge. It's clearly just a basic error. I mean, I take on board what you're saying. Obviously, the officers would have heard that, but my own personal opinion is, look, these things, you know, we make mistakes as well as councillors. Let's look at last month's meeting. With respect, some members, and I've included myself in this. Sometimes we ask questions that quite frankly, sometimes a little bit silly in terms of the information that's in front of us. So before we attack the officers, obviously, I think, you know, we should reflect, you know, that we as councillors, we make mistakes as well. So look, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen again. It's clearly some form of IT error. Let's move on and start the meeting. Councillor Lawrence, you've got your hand raised.
Hang on, just one.
Oh, sorry.
We don't earn six-figure salaries, do we? We're on like £9,000 a year. So for £100,000 a year, I think we deserve better. But you can carry on.
Well, I understand where you're coming in terms of six-figure salaries, but we're also elected representatives, and we've been pretty lambasted online over the last sort of month or so in terms of some of the questions that have been asked. So look, it is what it is. I've got no concerns over officers or councillors' conduct. I've got nothing else to add to that. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that you can see, obviously, it's like a typing error. It should be put in, and this is a draft, and everything's okay. But the wording did worry me a little bit when it says this paragraph is a revised version, potentially fueling the fire for members at other sites. So it did occur to me, are we not always told everything what we should be told?
Looking at the comments in the paragraph, I think, from my perspective, officers, as councillors, we're quite freely allowed to express our opinion. I think officers have to be professional at every point in which they're presenting their reports. And it's a little bit like the developer at Langdon Hills, with the greatest respect. We're getting one side of the argument, yet the officers can't really freely express what's actually going on behind the scenes. So, you know, look, they have to express their opinions on an independent basis. And behind the scenes, yeah, they have to have these sorts of discussions. So I get what you're saying. It's an opinion. It shouldn't have made the final report. It has made it. I personally got no concerns over those comments. Has anyone else got their hand raised? No. Okay, then excellent. All right, then. So we can move on. Items of urgent business number 3, found on pages. Oh no, sorry. There's no items of urgent business. Let's go on to declarations of interest. Now, I'm after declarations of interest, not declarations of correspondence. Does anyone have any declarations of interest? No? Okay, that's good news. All right then, so we go on to declarations of receipt of any correspondence. I'll start. I've had an email from a Rebecca Darling in terms of Thames Park and a Matthew Wood in terms of Woodham Road. I've also received a large volume of emails from residents in and around the Chadwell area, all of which has been forwarded on to Nadia, and I've not responded to any of those other to acknowledge that I've received them. And I can confirm that the rest of the committee has received emails from Rebecca Darling and Matthew Wood. Has anyone else received anything else?
Yep, my hands up. Oh, Tom?
Yeah, let's go to Councillor Byrne first.
Yeah, the Branksome Avenue one, I have had many emails. So has Councillor Howden, and so has Councillor Collins. I've also had videos. We've all had videos of what their grievances are. So yeah, I've had many emails and videos. So has all the other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've certainly had several emails on 13 Lowen Road, Chadwell St Mary. I've had correspondence on Thames Park School and emails on Fiddler's Reach. So we've pretty much had, you know, what you were saying as well, yes.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, sorry, I put my hand up before you stated what you'd received. I've received exactly the same as Councillor Rice. Loads of complaints regarding Lowen Road and the other ones as is what you said. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as per Councillors Potter and Rice, probably the same emails from the same people, quite a large volume.
Okay, let's go Councillor Churchman.
Yes, Chair, I've had exactly the same.
Okay, have I missed anyone? No. Have I got everyone there? Councillor Salmons, is your hand still raised? And Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, just to say, I've also received all those emails regarding the school, Fiddler's Reach and Lower Road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawrence and then Shinnick.
Me too, Chair. Just want to ditto that. I've heard everything, same as everybody else.
Okay, fantastic. And Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah, the same for me. I've had all the same emails as everybody else. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, then that's good news. All right, then. So we'll now move on to planning appeals, which is found on pages 25 to 40. Lee, did you have any comments? And members, did you have any questions in relation to those appeals?
Thank you, Chair. Reports for noting, but if there's any questions, the team on standby to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, is there any questions there? No, no one's going to hand raise. Lee, there was a decision made in relation to Gunning Road. I'm not sure what page it's on. I'm just having a little look for it. Obviously, that was a application that come to the committee, or I can see it here. It's page 30, 31. That was rejected at committee. It's gone to the appeal inspectorate, and that's also been dismissed. This application has come up a couple of times. Is there any chance that this it was rejected on the grounds of open space? Is there any chance that could be classified now as open space going forward?
Thank you, Chair. Well, a dismissed appeal is normally a good signal to other developers to perhaps steer away from that site. But clearly, through the local plan process, we will be looking to reaffirm land designations such as areas of open space through that process. So hopefully through that process, that ought to give members the confidence that they're looking for, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. All right then, no, thank you, because obviously that is in my walls, and it is a lovely play area for that particular estate. So it would be nice if that could be incorporated. Okay then, with that, we can now open up the rest of the items on the agenda. So that's 7, public address to the planning committee. That now allows us to discuss the first item on the agenda, which is item 8, 20/00827/FUL, former Ford Motor Company, found on pages 41 to 100. This is obviously based on the decision that we made recently to reject planning mission. Chris, you have gone through our material considerations, and would you like to present your findings on our reasons for refusal? Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Chair. Councillor Lawrence has got a hand up just before I start.
Sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
Sorry, Chair, I know I haven't said this in the right order, but I just wanted to make a quick statement going back to the minutes, considering what has happened at the last planning committee concerning the Averley and the football stadium. I'd just like to confirm with everyone that I did read all the statements through. And then when I asked a question. It wasn't a statement. I was asking a question to get both sides of the story, because you don't just take one side, you look at all sides. This is why I asked the question, what happened to the last football ground and where the money come from, if it was sold and who owned it. I did read all the statements that come through, but I was asking anyway to get confirmation from fellow members. So I'd just like to put that on record, because all the abuse I've got and harassment, which I think is slightly unfair, and I'm a bit upset actually that I didn't get any backup.
Okay, thank you for those comments there, Councillor Lawrence. just in reflection to the minutes, obviously I'm aware of that meeting, and was there anything specific? What particular page that you asked that question? That's important, because what I can do, I can take that forwards. I know you did ask specific questions. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to highlight?
It's just the main question when that I asked what happened to the stadium. Did they get any money, and why they didn't go forth and buy one somewhere else? I did read the football statements, what I was inundated with, but obviously I was asking it as a question to fellow members to confirm that that was the correct what I'd been sent. So that's all I just want to confirm, that I do read my statements. I'm just asking a question to get confirmation from other members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Wendy, I'm sure that can be noted. And in terms of any abuse you've received, apologies. I mean, I personally, I'm not aware of that until you just raised that. So I'll certainly take that up. I assume that's probably via social media, etc. Truth be told, I actually don't. Yeah.
As well, I've had very good support from Aveley Forum, which really made me feel a lot better. It was basically from the people that attend the football club, it was very abusive, and also very abusive on the hub news. All they had to do was come and ask me, and I would have confirmed, but it was all one-sided.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I'll take that up. I mean, me personally, I'm one of these odd councillors. I try and self social media, truth be told. But yeah, no, certainly shouldn't be having to put up with any of that. So that will be minuted, and I'll take that with Lee after the meeting, and we'll take that forward. Okay, right. Let's just jot that down. Okay, thank you. All right then. So let's, Chris. I'll go back to yourself as you was just about presenting that presentation. Would you like to proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm just going to share my screen with the presentation. Just bear with me. Hopefully you can all see that. So this is the Arrowsdale Avenue planning application that has been deferred from the last two planning committee meetings. At the February planning committee, members deferred the application to allow officers the opportunity to review members' recommended reasons for refusal. Since that meeting, the latest update report before you has reviewed these reasons for refusal in detail. I shall summarise the assessment shortly, but as a refresher, the application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 92 units comprising 86 one and two bedroom apartments, 2 3-bedroom dwellings and 4 2-bedroom dwellings, along with associated infrastructure, works and landscaping. So I'll just go through the slide as a refresher. So we've got the location plan shown in red there, and a bit more zoomed in to show that in relation to the Arrowsdale Avenue site. As you're aware from previous presentations and previous applications on this site, the outline permission was for a 5-phase development, and this application is a standalone application. It's outside the remit of the outline, the reserve matters. The reserve matters for phases 4 and 5 are indicated on there, and earlier phases are to the south of the development. And this is from the outline permission, just as a refresher again. So that phasing plan on the right, and there was an illustrative master plan which has been developed and followed in terms of road layout and layout of green spaces and proximity of buildings as well, generally through the reserve matters. So phase 3, as you've seen before, there's some photos just to show what that looks like at present, and directly to the north there, through where that red car is on those photos, is the part of the site we're considering tonight. Background is the blocks of flats in phase 5, and there's another photo of those views as well. And there's some more. This is looking south from the top part of the site, the landscaped area in what is part of phase 4. As you can see, these photos were taken last year. And there's some more to show blocks of flats, but also some townhouses on the eastern side of the road and open space. On the top right and top left is some more on the other side of that open space. And then there's plans to show the layout before this application in terms of what was approved. So this area where the blocks of flats are now and the slight amendments to some of the houses is now, or was previously, laid out or would have been laid out for housing, as shown in the sort of the middle eastern part of the site there. And this plan shows that the proposal in relation to that existing, or in some ways still to be developed areas of the site just directly to the west, but to the north as well, as I mentioned, that open space, those blocks of flats and townhouses there to the north. And this is zoomed in more of the application site for this application. So you've got the blocks of flats, the 3 blocks there with the parking and the amenity space, and there are 6 houses included where there's been some slight amendments to those as well. This plan shows the heights, so they're up to 4 stories in height. Some of them, and one block's 3 stories and the other one steps down to 2 stories in recognition of the 2-story properties directly to the south, which are houses. Landscaping plan, so this shows you the amenity space. Instead of having a road, which the original master plan had through there, through working with the applicants, it was considered it more important to have a landscape street there, if you like, much better from an amenity perspective for the blocks of flats and visually as well from a design perspective, and then the parking more tucked away and less road and parking dominant. And there's some CGIs to show the blocks of flats in relation to those existing to the kind of western side, also the left side of that photo, and again that shows you the main blocks of flats in the immediate image of the image, and houses and flats to the north. And there's some more taken from the ground level now, or just above ground level, to show that as well. And just before we come on to the summary slide, so as I say, the application is the update report has reviewed the 3 recommended reasons for refusal, and I'll start with those now. So density, the proposal would achieve 70 dwellings per hectare for the site, so that's the red line area. If you combine it with the wider site, it drops down to 64 dwellings per hectares in terms of the phases 4 and 5, but both these density ranges are within the allowance of policy CSTP1, and therefore this complies with policy CSTP1. In terms of parking, the proposal would provide 120 parking spaces for this application, which meets the council's draft parking standards. That would require a minimum of 115 spaces for the development, and this also meets the requirements of the previous outline permission. The proposed level of parking is acceptable and, most importantly, complies with policy PMD8. In terms of affordable housing, as previously advised, the proposal has been subject to a financial viability assessment, which has been independently reviewed, and this, along with negotiations with the applicant after the January Planning Committee and before the February Planning Committee, increased the offer of affordable housing subject to grant funding from Homes England and an RSL being on board, registered social landlord, which the applicant has indicated they're in discussions with somebody about achieving that. So that would have upped it to about 11 affordable housing units. And whilst this level of affordable housing is below the 35% stated in policy CSTP2, that policy does allow for exceptions where financial viability is applicable. And that you've seen that on other sites in Thurrock in terms of brownfield lands and things like that. Therefore, the exception applies in this instance based on the independent advice we've got, and the proposal therefore would comply with policy CSTP2 because of that exception. As identified in the report, members are advised it would be extremely difficult to sustain reasons of refusal for higher density, the level of parking not being enough, which is what members said before, and on concerns over lack of affordable housing not meeting the needs of local people. The applicant has identified through supporting information to this application since the last committee in terms of a supplementary statement, their own council legal opinion, and a letter which advises the council that they would be looking to submit an appeal should the application be refused, and go for costs as well. So this presents obviously significant risk to the council, as it's all set out in the report and explained in a bit more detail. I mean, in an appeal situation, an inspector would look at this application and see that it complies with the policies I've mentioned in regard to density, parking and affordable housing, and therefore would be, in my view, highly likely to allow an appeal and grant planning permission. Therefore, members are advised against refusing planning permission given the risks associated with such a refusal, and therefore officers advise that the application should be approved in accordance with the recommendation in the reports. And I'll just come on to the summary slide, which touches on those points, but also the other matters in terms of the benefits of this scheme of creating high quality design development, continuing those earlier phases of the development. The site does benefit from a sustainable location as well. And obviously the increase in dwelling numbers does contribute to the 5-year housing land supply, and with the developer already on site having built up phases 4 and 5 very recently, they would be looking to deliver these apartment blocks very soon, given that situation. All other material planning considerations have been considered and are considered acceptable, subject to conditions and planning obligations where necessary. So, as I say, Chairman, the application is recommended for approval. I'll stop sharing my screen. Hang on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Chris. I'll just wait for you to stop sharing your screen. I've got a quick couple of questions and I'll go to Councillor Fletcher. Okay, right. Let's start. So obviously, looking through your comments, I'll home in on page 44. So the first one here, I'm looking at 3.4. Obviously, we've got the independent opinion from council that obviously goes on to say that, you know, in terms of the housing delivery test, obviously there's a shortfall there of homes in the financial years leading up to 17-18. Would you not think that's quite hypocritical on the basis that this was actually, when we actually look at the site, they were granted permission in 2011 and that's expired. As committees, we approve applications. It's not our fault that they expire. And then they're suggesting here that we're not building enough homes. Would you think that's fair on an independent assessment on this site? I mean, this was 2011, this is 2021, that's 10 years. What's gone on here? How can they suggest that we're not delivering enough homes when developers themselves are not complying with the permission that they were granted back 10 years ago? Thank you.
That's no problem. In terms of, I need to put a bit of context on that. That is a council's opinion that's picked up on our own council's information in terms of what our policy team have been doing. So the NPPF's delivery test came out in the 2019 NPPF, and that identifies that obviously councils need to identify action plans if they're not providing their 5-year housing land supply. And that information that's quoted there comes from actually a council document that was informed by a planning policy team in terms of looking at the housing delivery shortfall over those 3 financial years. I don't have a more up-to-date report to provide you in terms of that, but what the council then looked at from the planning policy point of view is how to respond to that, and the response being that for planning applications now we should be looking at within our existing urban areas using brownfield sites to committing to higher density development, and that's a material consideration. So that is a way of what, in terms of the council responding to the delivery test, that is the way of increasing densities, which is what this application is doing. And of course, that being a council document on the council's website, the applicant has picked up on that and has obviously quoted that in regard to this. In terms of the 2011 planning permission, that was for up to 650 dwellings. The application came in 2009. I think it was dealt with by the Development Corporation originally. It's been built out over a 5-phase scheme. And I think the last of the reserve matters went before the planning committee in, I think, June 2018, because it was a report I took to the committee back then. And this is, as I say, it's a standalone application. But up to the, I mean, all 650 dwellings in terms of the 5-phase development wasn't built out or through the reserve matters formed that number. There was actually, it was below that in terms of one of the earlier phases was below perhaps what it was envisaged to be. So there was a bit of room, if you like, headroom, if you like, for an applicant like this to come in and increase the housing numbers to get to almost 650. In fact, they've gone over that, but only 27 dwellings more than the 650 that was approved for the outline permission. And when you take into account the need for higher densities, again, that's obviously to protect Greenbelt from being developed and things like that. The higher densities and the response to the housing delivery test, the council's response to that by committing to achieving higher densities, that's where that comes from, and that's where we've got to in terms of the, this site, and there'll be others as well that will probably look at that sort of thing in terms of increasing densities on sites across the borough in the future. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. No, a little bit more information there. And then I've got one more question. I'll go over to Councillor Fletcher. At the last meeting, we raised obviously density and parking as a concern. Now, in terms of the report, it says it's at the upper end of the policy requirement. Well, it's on the line, really. I mean, 71 would have been enough to potentially reject the application. And then with the parking standard, it's very minimal. So what we have here is high density, minimal parking. Really, when you put those two together, would you not say quality? Have you, in your summing up, have you addressed the quality of the site in terms of high density, minimal parking? I know there's a lot of emphasis on this train station, but Walkington train station is a single track. It only goes in two directions. It's important to note in London, where you have high dense, minimal parking, they've got the tube network, so they can travel north, south, east, west. But there just seems to be a lot of emphasis on this train station when actually it's not a fantastic source of public transport. So it's really around quality, which is what we were trying to highlight last month.
I hear that. That's fine. In terms of the upper end, if it's within the 30 to 70 dwellings per hectare in the policy, in black and white, if it's 70, that meets the policy. If it's 71, it would be over that. But would you then refuse it just because it was over 71? I don't know. But in terms of this application, it's 70 dwellings per hectare, so it is at the upper end of policy CSTP1. But in terms of applying the policy, does it comply? The answer is yes, because it's within that threshold. It is at the upper end, but it meets the policy in terms of being 70 dwellings per hectare. In terms of the parking standard, it was 115 is the minimum required, and this is 120. But again, it satisfies the minimum, and it's above that, 5 spaces above that. And again, coming back to what the outline permission was in terms of parking as well, it follows the same sort of parking ratio, as the outline planning permission, which through the various reserve matters over time have achieved those parking ratios to which was to meet a design code within the outline permission, but that has been achieved on the earlier phases of the development. And in terms of quality, yeah, that is a good point, and absolutely we look at this in terms of the earlier phase of phase 4 and 5. It's the same developer with this applicant. That is, we consider a high quality designed scheme. You've seen from the photos of the houses and flats that have been created there, and the sense of place that's been created in terms of the amenity areas as well, although there's obviously still in the infancy from those photos shown in terms of vegetation growth and things like that. There are, that over time that will improve and visually be even better than it is now. That same, as it's the same applicant, the same design approach has been applied through this application in terms of those blocks of flats and the houses, so it represent a continuation of, as I say, that high quality design development that we've achieved through phases 4 and 5, and I would say it's higher quality than the earlier phases in terms of this development. So in terms of form, scale, massing and high quality design, this development achieves that quality. If it were to be approved, it would represent that continuation of that for this development.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Right, I'll hand it over to Mike Fletcher and Councillor Churchman. Mike, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, firstly, Chris, looking at the attitude of the applicant so far, so we get this what I consider to be a veiled threat about taking this to appeal and getting us to pay costs. That's a little bit blunt. Secondly, as Chair's just made a very good point, that if they're going to use the lack of housing supply in their argument, then surely we would be better off looking somewhere else than a company that's taken 10 years to get this far. So given the attitude of the applicant so far, given the rather grudging increase only after a refusal in the number of affordable houses that they've been prepared to put forward. Do you have any confidence at all that when this development is built, that we will even get the 11 affordable houses that they're currently saying we'll get?
There's a number of points there. I'm not going to. I mean, in terms of the process, the applicant's merely pointing out the position that if you do refuse planning permission and they go to appeal, the planning appeal process does allow for costs to be if there are unreasonable reasons of refusal. And as my presentation and the report shows as well, I mean, normally if things are a bit grey, you know, there's more of a clear balance, more of concern in terms of considerations. But in terms of the three reasons that we've been given by members, they're quite clear in terms of black and white that they meet policy. And an inspector would sit in a public inquiry or in terms of assessing his planning appeal, they would look at that as required in terms of planning applications and planning appeals. We have to determine these things in accordance with the development plan unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. So the first stop is, does it comply with the development plan? And we say it does. And it's quite clear that it does in terms of those three reasons. So that's why it's a big risk to the council if we refused it, because the inspector, like we are looking at as officers, would see that it meets the requirements of the planning policies, your local planning policies. In terms of lack of supply, I think you referred to the developer implying that there's perhaps been a bit of time between the 2011 planning permission and now.
Well, 10 years to be exact.
Yeah, but I mean, St Modwin's are the applicants. They're the house builders. They're the ones that achieved the planning permission back in 2011. But then they weren't involved with the earlier phases of the scheme. I think the first two phases of the scheme were built out by Persimmon Homes. The third phase, which I dealt with, was built out by Bellway Homes. Phases 4 and 5, which came in 2018, was when St Modwin's came back to this site in terms of looking
sorry to interrupt you there, Chris, because I thought you were talking about continuity. Well, you've just named at least 3 different builders involved in various phases of the development. So maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Where's the continuity there?
Well, there's continuity in terms of the planning permission and in terms of the design code, and the continuity that whatever house builder out there or whatever applicant developer is, they need to build out the development in terms of the reserved matters, following those design codes which guide the development and provide almost a checklist of what is required for that quality of development. And as I say, this phase 4 and 5, as you've seen from the photos, in my view, my professional view, is a higher quality design than those earlier ones. But again, that represents the passage of time and design changing as well, in terms of we're always seeking high quality design, but various styles change over time and things like that. So we've got that. Yeah. And in terms of the affordable housing, if this application is approved, those requirements in terms of the recommendation, they would go into a Section 106 legal agreement. So they would be legally tied to that planning permission, and the developer would have to provide those as stated. There's no way out of that. It's quite clear if it's a legal agreement, it goes alongside the planning permission, and they would need to be implemented, and those affordable housing made available for local people is exactly what we're achieving and what the council's housing management.
So there's no way that could be reviewed, as some of these previous developments have been reviewed at a future date in terms of feasibility?
Well, at the moment, we determine the application based on the financial viability position we've got now.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting that to change, but we never know. In economics take control over things that beyond planning, but there is a process that if they wanted to amend it in the future, but then that would be a separate application. And given this is in front of you as an application for you to determine, any future application would have to probably come back to this planning committee so that you could see that, and if there was any changes. But we're talking about ifs and buts and maybes of something happening in the future, and we don't know that is the case. What we are in front of us is determining an application that is, at this point in time, with the viability position as it is, and the 11 affordable housing units being offered, is what we're considering and what we need to determine with this planning application.
So we're actually saying there is no guarantee that those 11 affordable properties could actually be made available by the time this gets built.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it will. What I was saying is there's a planning process system. If someone wants to change something in the future, that's up to them. But at the moment, we're going with an application, and that is for these 11 units, which would be secured for a legal agreement. They would have to come back and amend the legal agreement. There's no suggestion that is the case. In fact, the applicant has increased the affordable housing from the 1st January planning committee when we considered this, where we had, I think, 6 units. They've increased it by an additional 5. And looking at grant funding, as I mentioned, from Homes England, they've actually identified in correspondence that they're on board with a registered social landlord who are looking to buy these properties and deliver these affordable housings, which is exactly the same as what's happened in phases 4 and 5. And in fact, those phases in 4 and 5 have provided more affordable housing than we envisaged at the reserve matters stage. And I think that was covered in the previous report as well.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We'll go to Councillor Churchman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to just ask if this is right. He says it will provide 37 more dwellings than the 650 that were on the outline planning permission. You said 27, Chris, and also on page 75. Sorry, I've got it wrong. They're saying there's no, I can't remember which page it is now, I've just lost it, I've lost your finger. Basically says there's no objections yet. There's 14 objections basically on one of them, saying that, you know, basically it was out of spec. Can you just verify that, please? Sorry, I've lost my pages.
No, I think I've got you. I think you're breaking up slightly, but I did get that. I think you're asking about how many more dwellings more than the 650. That is 27 more dwellings. Paragraph 3.3 of on page 44 explains that. So it's 27 more dwellings than what was approved at the outline planning when the outline planning permission was granted. And in terms of there's in the 2 update reports, there's been no further objections, but in the I think it's Appendix 2. Which I think is where you're referring to. I'm just checking this now. There was 14 objections with the planning application when that report was originally written. So there's still 14 objections, and those points are summarised in. It's on page 70, 4.2 of the agenda, section 4, paragraph 4.2. So there are 14 objections with this planning application. What the update reports don't tell you is that there hasn't. What that shows is there hasn't been any further objections since the report, which was the Appendix 2, the January Planning Committee report, was published.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chris, on the density, can you tell us the precise density per hectare?
For this application, it's 70 dwellings per hectare, and we looked at it in terms of the phase 4 and 5. So that's the existing developments you saw in the photos there, in terms of the same developer here, and that's 64 dwellings per hectare. So that's the housing density dwellings per hectare.
And would that be a normal rate, or is that a pretty much condensed rate per hectare?
It's a rate that complies with planning policy CSTP 1. One might say it's a higher density than some areas of the borough, but when you're in an urban area like this, and as we mentioned earlier, in terms of the council's response to housing delivery test that the chairman asked about earlier, the council's response is for increasing densities in a response to that, to obviously address the shortfall of housing numbers. And our preference is, as always going to be, is about developing housing developments within urban areas rather than saying on the green belt or other more sensitive locations.
Yes, we understand that. Yes, that's fair enough. And when it comes to density, regarding the flatted areas, are we convinced that, you know, okay, it's a couple of spaces over our minimum parking standard, which is minimum, Chris, it's not a maximum. So are we convinced that there really is enough parking?
Yes, well, in terms of applying the standards, whether if it was 115 spaces, it would meet the minimum. It's more than that's 120, so it's 5 over the minimum. And in regard to, as I mentioned earlier as well, represent a continuation from the earlier phases of development, the outline permission with the ratios that were imposed then, it accords with that as well. And most importantly here, the council's highways officer has raised no objections to the application on parking grounds. So obviously they've a big consultee input into the planning application process. And if they're not raising objections, then we wouldn't be either. And obviously following the standards, applying those standards, it meets the minimum requirements. So in parking terms, it meets policy PMD 8.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, yeah, Chris, actually homing in on that point, let's go page 45, 3.6. Obviously, it gives us there the standard, which is obviously very low. It says here the council are not aware of any ongoing parking issues at the site, and the council's highway officer raises no objections. I wasn't entirely sure that was correct on the basis of, did we not establish last time round that if you can't park in a visitor space, you can't park anywhere? Where do people, so I'm on Google Earth now, let's just say this site gets built. Where do I park?
If there's no visitor space available?
Well, there's very few visitor spaces. I mean, you've got 86 apartments. You know, we've got to take into account, you know, maintenance individuals, things like that. On the site adjacent to it, I think it was it phase 3 or 4? I understand, is there parking enforcement on that site?
Yes.
And then on Arisdale Avenue, there's double yellow lines. So the question has to come that no, there is an issue, and this is the whole point. When last time, a couple of months ago, when we deferred this, we asked the developer to be a little bit more reasonable with parking, and they come back with 3 spaces. So again, it's just a very straightforward question. Where do I park if there's not a visitor space?
Well, in terms of parking enforcement, there is a condition recommended with this application if it were to be approved, and that was also something that was applied for the outline. So obviously looking at consistency point of view there. So there'd be something under the management company that would look at enforcing parking measures in here. I don't know in terms of traffic regulations, and again, it depends on what roads are adopted and things like that, and what roads are private, which gets a bit more complicated in terms of where people park. But in terms of, I mean, I can't advise exactly where you'd park if you haven't got a visitor space available. But in terms of,
because you can't advise because I can't park anywhere. And that's ultimately the whole problem with one of this application. If we're in a scenario where I cannot park my car to go and visit my relatives on this site, and we acknowledge right from the get-go, before that we approve this development, that you're going to have a parking and management company, that is not a good quality environment to be living in. I do not think. That's my opinion. I'm not suggesting that you're wrong. All I'm suggesting is we've got to sort of acknowledge, I think, that parking management companies, if you need them from the get-go, then it's simply not enough. So that's really where I'm coming from in terms of parking. But look, ultimately, I think we knew that anyway. And then I've just got one last question, and then we'll move on, I think, as there's no other hands raised. Let's go page 47, 3.16, piling. It's confirmed that piling is required for the construction of apartments and houses. But obviously, piling for flats is going to be more piling required than it would be for homes, one would assume. Is that correct?
yes, I would say so.
Yeah. So
I'm not a piling expert, but I would say that is the case in terms of. I mean, if you take the view that obviously if something's 4 stories high, it's going to need deeper foundations and things like that than a 2-story house.
And I think this is what Steve Taylor was going back to last month, that, look, ultimately, we like 35% affordable housing. That is incredibly important. The developer has chosen commercially to build flats here. That has led to an excessive cost in piling. And that is why we're in a scenario where the developer's turning around and saying, well, we don't have too much money left. it's gone through a viability study, and we've not got our usual rate of affordable housing. And that's, again, this is how we're in this mess. We approved this application. We gave them the get-go in 2011. It's 10 years down the line. It's 2021. And here we're talking about minimal car parking and high density. It's just a mess. I've got nothing further to add. Is there any other questions? Anyone else? Councillor Salmons and Julian House.
Yeah, I've got concerns about the parking as well, because I'm thinking someone goes just shopping and they come back and there's no parking, but there's a management enforcement company. I just can't see how that's going to work. I mean, parking itself isn't going to get better as years progress. It's getting worse. I personally don't think a few extra spaces is solving any issues, not even visitors, but for the residents that actually live there. I've got concerns about that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Salmons. And I think it goes back to the point that this is the type of development that you'd get in London, and you'd get away with it in London because you've got the underground. But we don't have the underground here in Thurrock. We have, well, in this part of Thurrock, we have one train station that's single track. So, yeah, Julian, did you have anything to add there?
Yeah,
I saw your hand was up, but then it went back down.
No, thank you, Chair. Obviously, when we look at parking standards, they're based on our draft parking standards, and in this case, it does meet the minimum standard, and that is so that in terms of its accessibility in terms of public transport. So if it was in a low accessibility area, such as in a greenbelt area, for instance, then obviously we would be expecting a significantly higher level of parking. But as this has bus stops just outside the development and it has the train station, then obviously, it's more acceptable to accept a minimum standard rather than potentially the maximum standard. It also follows what is currently on the other parts of the state. As far as I'm aware, we haven't had any issues regarding parking on the other areas of the state. In terms of the roads, they will be adopted. There won't be a parking management company. The bays themselves will be designated for each property. So if a person leaves their space, it will be there for them when they come back again. It's a designated parking space. They will be numbered for whatever flat or whatever house they happen to be in. In regards to housing, I asked the applicant to actually upsize the number of parking spaces, because originally they were only going to have one per property. I've asked them to put two, so now they've got two per property. In terms of the restrictions, the whole estate won't be restricted. What will be restricted are junctions and turning areas, so that the estate will be accessible by things like the refuse vehicle, etc. So we can only base our comments on the parking that's provided, and if it meets the standard, then it's difficult for us to justify a reason for refusal.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thanks for that, Julian. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. Let's put this parking thing to bed right now. Whatever the guys in the planning team have been told, there is a parking issue. I've been onto the council 3 times in the last year about the parking issue. The parking issue comes from 2 sources. The station, unfortunately, is as big a creator of parking problems as it is a solution, because a lot of people come to the station and leave their cars because they don't want to pay for parking. They leave their cars in the streets around the station, so actually it creates more of a problem than it resolves. Secondly, we have a lot of parking, HGV parking. They're not supposed to, but they do, up Arrowsdale Road. Basically, whoever said there isn't a parking issue has either been looking at the area at 2 o'clock in the morning, or has been relying on somebody else's guarantees. There is a parking issue already. And one of the reasons why I'm concerned about the minimal standards that are being applied here is that you won't be able to get around those minimal standards by parking in a roundabout in the area. There is no opportunity to do that because we already have a problem. Please let's recognise that fact.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so no other hands are raised. That will then lead us into, as long as there's no other questions, that then leads us on to the next phase, which is to debate this evening, this item this evening. Did anyone want to start? Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with what you said earlier, especially on points 3.7 and 3.16, especially when he dictates about the piling and considered in the viability assessment of development. This does worry me to a certain extent because he hasn't put this in for, you know, not for a reason. This is there, I think, for him to use if he wants to cut back on what he wants to offer us for affordable housing. So that is my concerns. And the other concerns is the parking. It's not just this area, it's in the whole borough. And I think we've all got to start to have forward thinking with applications. Everywhere you go, older houses what were built, we didn't have that many cars on the roads then, is what we've got now. And to think that they're going to go out and use bus stops and things like that when they've got to take their children backwards and forwards to school in the morning, you've got another thing coming. So for me, this has still got a lot of problems.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potter, then Steve Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm one of those people that don't normally take offence. If anyone says anything to me, I let it bounce off. However, I'm looking at paragraph 4.3 on page 48, and I find the wording offensive and threatening. And the wording is members refusal would result in unreasonable behaviour. What are we, antisocial yobbos or something? Unreasonable behaviour? That is disgusting and threatening. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Potter. Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Just 3 points, but I think I've made them at the previous meeting. But going back to the parking, and I know it's getting tedious, but the fact is that if our standard or the standard that the council has is where we've reached the bare minimum, and we can all see that that's going to be an issue, and you only have to look at loads of the recent developments in Thurrock where you can't move through them because of cars being parked on the street. That tells me that if they're meeting the standard's wrong. So first of all, somebody needs to review that. That's my personal opinion. The station issue, I used to use that station, oddly enough, when I was working in the city. And once Chafford 100 was built out, to try and get on a train there during the rush hour was damn near impossible because it filled up at Chafford 100. So it isn't a great asset. Now, given that what's gone on in the last 12 months, I'm sure that the trains will be quieter. But the bottom line is, if it goes back to how it was, that isn't much of a solution. Your point about not having any underground is absolutely right. But more importantly, that train is a nightmare to get on at peak times anyway, at both ends, I might add. And the third one is the point you made a bit earlier, which is what the developer's done is their building costs have gone up because they've increased the density of properties, but it also means they're going to get more income from that. But because their building costs go up, that has the impact on the affordable housing, and so we lose out. So they're going to make more profit because there's more properties, and we lose out. So there's only one person gaining in this. They're the ones sitting in the middle. And I've said this time and time again, and I appreciate how the viability statements work, but I think they need to be challenged. And thanks for sending it over last time, Chris. I have started to work through it. And I can see there's some numbers in there that, shall we say, are taken for granted as this is what the developer gets out of it. And actually, sometimes perhaps they need to say, well, we need to be a bit more flexible. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. That takes us to Councillor Byrne, then Lee Nicholson, then Councillor Rice.
Yes, I've listened to this. I've listened to the chair and the deputy, and I've made a list. So we've got the 10-year issue. We've got the threats, as Councillor Potter has said. We've got density. We've got parking. we've got quality. This is like the council tax with 4.9, it's okay, 5%, it's a no-go. The minimum of standards, everything gives me no confidence. So how can we vote in favour of this? It's just, after listening to what you both said, for me, I'm already a no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. That takes on to Lee Nicholson. Did you want to come in there, Lee, with any further comments?
Thank you, Chair. It was just coming back to Councillor Potter's comment just then. The reference to unreasonable behaviour is in the agenda, page 48, where it says the applicant's council opinion cites the view that the current members' the recommended reason for refusal would result in unreasonable behaviour. So it's essentially playing back what the applicant's legal advisor has said. So it's not saying that members, it shouldn't be seen as a threat. That's the point that I'm making there. But the point that is being made is that we just need to be careful in what the reasons for refusal are, because if an inspector considers those to be unreasonable reasons for refusal, they can allow costs against the council. That's the point that's being made. I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you, Lee. And then that takes on to Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I think our colleagues have pretty much summed it up. I mean, the reason they've gone down the piling issue is to get more flats into the area and to get more money. Now, what we were asking for was a more suitable scheme with housing. It's quite clearly they've ignored our wishes, and with high density, I realise that, you know, we do have to have high density, but, you know, when we're just achieving the parking, it does bring me to the situation, what's going to happen in years to come when we've got too many cars there, not enough car parking spaces, and the whole area be clogged up. And I still think that for all the wrong reasons, we shouldn't be approving this because it's too heavy. It's not building homes that we want, such as 1, 2, 3 bedroom homes, houses. We're building, if you like, the next ghetto. That's what we're building, ghettos. And I'm against that. I don't think we should be building ghettos and building blocks of flats. Yeah, you cram people in, but like you said, if you're a visitor to the area, you can't park. Where do you park? You know, it's a valid reason, Chair, and the only reason they've come back with this viability report is because the cost of piling's gone up because of their insistence on going for more flats, which I think is wrong. And I think we should still send this back to them and say, we want the scheme altered and we want more social provision. And when we say social provision, what we should be saying, Chair, is that we want the social provision, the number of units given to the council housing department so they can allocate them so that they truly are affordable units.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, then, so there are no further hands raised. Looking at the vote that went on last time, looking at the comments made this evening, I don't think too much has changed. What we'll do first and foremost, we'll just run through the recommendation on page 48, which is 5.0 recommendation approve as set out in the recommendation section of the original report and update report. Would anyone like to recommend that? Okay, no hands are raised, so clearly that's been defeated, which now leads us into alternative recommendations. Lee, just bring you in here quickly. Obviously that's been defeated. What you're looking for, the same as usual, just our reasons for an alternative decision?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just refer members back to the Council's Constitution. So it's Chapter 5, Part 3 of the Constitution, 7.2, Section 7.4. So the report has come back to members outlining the implications of making a decision contrary to officer recommendation. We've highlighted the concerns that officers have had with this. So the Constitution says, if the committee is still of the same view, then we consider its reasons for granting permission and a summary of the planning reasons for that decision, granting or refusing permission, and a summary of the planning reasons for that decision will be given, which reasons must then be formally recorded in the minutes of the meeting. It is important that justification for departing from the recommendation that is recorded in the minutes are those given at committee and not and in public and are not subject to later elaboration. So Chair, what we'll be looking for is the reasons for refusal, and what I would suggest is the reasons that will obviously members can we'll have that debate. But what I would suggest that the actual specific wording is agreed with you, Chair, if it does go that way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lee. Okay, so we've got a few hands raised. Just before we go any further, obviously we are in a little bit of difficult situation here this evening as councillors, because ultimately there is a lot of risk in either direction. If we reject the application, I'm fully aware that it could end up on at a public inquiry, which is not going to be a great place to be. But at the same time, if we approve this development, we know quite clearly that it's not going to be workable for the residents of Thurrock. So going forward, in summing up, when we look at this site, it was approved back in 2011. It is not the responsibility of the individuals in this committee here as to why that was not developed within the time frame that was originally agreed. We've got to be careful with this idea of moving from homes to flats. When you move from homes to flats, you change the context of what you're actually looking at. You're not looking at family homes with two spaces. You're looking at single bedroom flats. I think personally too much emphasis has been on the train station at Walkington, and it's been highlighted this evening by Steve that is already a high capacity. It already has parking issues, which will lead to even further problems on this particular site. I think we've been incredibly reasonable on this application. We deferred it originally to say, look, come back to us with something a little bit more reasonable. And ultimately, and it's well within the applicant's right, they turned around to us and said, well, no, we're not going to come back to you with anything different. And there's your free car parking spaces extra with a little bit more affordable housing. I'd be interested at a public inquiry what actually gets unearthed, because unlike what we read in this report, at a public inquiry, you get to the bottom of everything. And ultimately, we have to take on board what we're being told in terms of affordability. And already it's quite clear that it was a commercial decision to put that piling in. And that has cost us affordable housing. And affordable housing, certainly in this part of Thurrock, is incredibly important. So I've got nothing too more to add other than it is my genuine opinion that this is high density, minimal parking, and quite frankly, it's just a commercial venture to making profit. And that is my firm belief. And I would quite happily sit in a public inquiry and say that to anybody who wants to listen. It's important that we protect our residents from poor quality housing, and that's what this is. So I can't approve it. I will be going with the 3 recommendations, material considerations that we used in the original report. And with that, I'll move over to Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Byrne. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just echoing what you've said, really. I mean, the idea that, we can't refuse something if it's just creeps within the minimum standards, you get to that stage and you wonder why you have it in the first place. If we're there to make decisions, and we make decisions based on our knowledge of the area and based on the reality that life is not black and white. Life is all kinds of shades of grey, and something might creep within the minimum standards doesn't necessarily mean it meets the requirements of the area or the requirements of the people likely to be living in those properties. The fact is, as we've said, the parking, the statement that there are no parking issues is false. There's no other way of putting it. It is false. I think our reasons for recommendation probably haven't changed. Our reasons, sorry, for refusal probably haven't changed from last time. I would add, though, to those reasons for refusal, the fact that we would, as you've already said, I'm trying to find the best way of saying it, that as well as arguing that the parking situation would be intolerable, I think we need to make the point that the station, which has been used as a sort of an argument for this development, is in fact an argument against, and I think that point should be made.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Byrne.
Yes, I'm with the chair and the deputy, and I really would like Councillor Rice to add his comments. He is right in my view. Compared to me, he's Premier League and I'm non-league, so I would like him to add his expertise in this because I am very much against this at the moment, but I would really like to see what Councillor Rice has said because he's far more experienced in these things than I dare even go to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. All right then, so I'd like to move a recommendation for refusal. Obviously, the officers, you would have picked up on the comments that I've made already, along with Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Byrne. Obviously, the three material reasons we come up with were high density, parking and affordable housing. And it is obviously the emphasis that put together on their own, yes, I get it. But when you put together those three, when you look at the history of the site, when you look at how reasonable I think we've been as a council and as a committee, I can't see how we're being unfair here. And what will be. If they take it to wherever they want to take it, we'll have it out at the time. And I'll be more than happy to sit in front of a judge at a public inquiry if that's what's required. Councillor Rice, did you have anything else to add to that?
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to find out from Chris, how far is the train station at Walkington from this development? And how long will it take someone to walk there, for instance?
Thank you. I'm not sure I have the details about the exact distance. I would say from this development to walk there would be less than 10 minutes. You want to walk south through the existing housing estate across the bridge. This is a bridge, and then up the road. So it's probably less than 10 minutes, I would say.
Sorry, Chris, just to come in there. So you'd be going past the next distribution centre, yeah, over the bridge.
No, well, that's one way. I would say it's probably more of a quicker way or more appropriate ways to walk through the housing estate south through like phases 3 and into phase 2. And then there's an area of open space right next to a bridge that crosses a pedestrian footbridge that crosses the railway. You'd cross there and then head back north. I would say that's probably quicker and certainly more desirable, more pleasurable as a walk than probably going out along Aristale Avenue north past Next and then down the road across the bridge there.
Yes, and the other thing, Chris, is whilst it's it's nice to have a 10-minute walk. What about if someone wanted to use their car? Is there adequate parking at South Walkington railway station?
I'm not sure exactly how many parking spaces there are at South Walkington station. I've been there before, and there isn't much because it's an old station, isn't it? So it's limited in terms of land take and things like that. So I would take the view that if someone lived on this estate, they would, unless they've got reasons, if they can't walk and things like that, the majority of people would be able to walk from this estate, this housing area, to the station within 10 minutes or less. Then.
Yes. Okay. So, Chair, that could be another reason for the refusal, that this station doesn't have adequate parking.
Yeah, okay. No, that's something that we could add on top of Councillor Steve Taylor's comments, that actually it's also incredibly difficult to get on the train at peak rush hour, which would make sense because it's single track. I assume there's not as many trains going down there. So I'm happy to add that, Councillor Rice. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With regard to the station, out of all the councillors, I probably live the closest to this development and the station. I live 2 roads away. And I know for a fact, I can tell you this for sure, that a lot of residents in this part of South Walkington, rather than attempt the confusion and kerfuffle at Walkington, they actually drive to Upminster and they catch the line into sort of Liverpool Street or Fenchurch Street from there. That is definitely the case. The Walkington station isn't really fit for purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Councillor Potter. And you know, slightly off topic. I've always felt that actually what we should do better here in Thurrock is provide more free spaces at the stations, because it encourages people to use public transport. Yes, they have to get in their car, but they're only travelling small journeys. So yeah, free viable parking is yeah, certainly the way forward. Okay then, I've got a couple more hands up. Councillor, so let's go Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. If it helps, I think in the station itself, there's between probably 30, it might be 35, but it's certainly less than 40 spaces. It's a very, very small car park. And what happens is people park the whole length of Tamarisk Road, which is further than you would walk if you were to walk down Aristale Avenue and over the bridge and to the station that way. But what they also do on the estate that's by sort of Pear Tree Close and Lime Close and that area, there's lots of parking amongst the houses and flats there. And loads of people that go at the station park in that estate, which of course causes problems for the residents that live there too. So you kind of get the park itself is almost irrelevant because it's so small. It doesn't accommodate anything. And in terms of the time to walk it, I would have said it's probably 5 minutes. It's certainly, Chris is right, it's not 10, it's probably just over 5 at most, I would suggest. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it's a dispersal effect, isn't it, Steve? That cars-wise, it's that dispersal, not so much through one street, but through all the streets in the area. And the more parking areas you build in, the more you disperse that problem around the neighbouring streets.
Well, yeah, because
Chair.
Literally it fills Tamarisk Road right to the far end, which I don't know, you probably get 100, 120 cars along there, maybe more. But then opposite, well, just coming off of Tamarisk Road, I don't know what you'd call that estate, but it's places like Lime Close and Pear Tree Close, which is quite a large housing area with some big quadrangles in it for parking. But of course, they then get used by the people going to the stations, much to the consternation of the people that live there. But there you go. So as you say, yeah, it causes a problem already in the local area.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Councillor Churchman and Councillor Salmons.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This walk, I mean, if you had any disabilities or you were children in buggies, there is no way you can walk over these bridges. And as for that station itself, I worked in London for many, many years, and I can only echo what Councillor Potter said. I mean, I've missed 3 trains at a time there, and obviously, and I started using Upminster. And as for parking, Tamarisk is absolutely chock-a-block, and it's actually caused rows down there. And I mean, I've actually seen the rows of people parking opposite people's driveways. So yeah, I think that side of it is a real no-go.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Councillor Churchman. Good point. Councillor Salmons and Matt Gallagher, I'll bring you in.
Is there not resident parking permits on that Flowers estate? I thought the council would put parking permits to eliminate station commuters. I might be wrong, but if that's the case, people can't go around the Flowers estate and park, can they?
No, I think you are correct there. Obviously, that would have come in some time ago, but it just goes to reiterate that the station's clearly at full capacity. So yeah, good point. Let's go Matt Gallagher and then Sue Shinnick. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I don't want to tread on Chris's toes because it's his case, but I'm listening to the debate and members are referring to things like parking at Walkington Station and the walking distance, etc. Now, subject to what Chris is going to say, because it's his case and he might want to finish up, or what Lee might be to say. My advice would be, you can't rely on inadequate car parking at South Walkington railway station as a reason to refuse a planning application on a wholly unrelated site. You're going a little bit too, dare I say, off topic. You've got to address the application which is in front of you, and if you are looking for reasons for refusal, they must be related to that application and not to parking arrangements at a railway station, a couple of 100 metres away.
Yeah, I understand that, Matt, but there's absolutely no doubt that there is a big emphasis on accessibility in terms of the density and the car parking on this site. And there, in my mind, too much weight has been given to the quality of that station. Clearly, it is already at a high capacity, yet the train station's accessibility to jobs and to the site's location is one of the reasons why this is being deemed as acceptable. So I get what you're saying in terms of parking. That is slightly off topic. But in terms of the station, a lot of weight has been given to that. And as such, that is part of the problem. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Parking is slightly off topic. Right, we're going to have to obviously sum up with material considerations, and we'll probably have to move on. So I'll go Councillor Shinnick, Lawrence, then Fletcher, and then we'll look to sum up. So Councillor Shinnick.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say the majority of our state does have parking permits, so they wouldn't have, reason to be able to park there. So that's a guiding factor. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Shinnick, Councillor Lawrence.
I'd just like to agree with you, Chair, and say that the reason we've been brought up about the station is because the applicant brought it up as a plus, and obviously it isn't a plus, it's more of a negative. And we all know that there's an awful lot of trouble around that way with people that live there putting up with parking because the whole area has become overpopulated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, then Councillor Byrne, and then we'll look to sum up and move on.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, agreeing with Councillor Lawrence. I think Matthew makes a good point. We want to be careful that we don't that we're not seen to be making non-relevant arguments. But it's exactly as Councillor Lawrence has said. We are not saying that this development is that we want to refuse this development because of the lack of parking at Ockenden. What we're saying is that the parking is a problem and is going to be a problem, and where the applicant has brought up Ockenden Station as a mitigation, what we're saying is that mitigation doesn't work. So that specifically is why we're bringing up Walkington Station.
Yeah, good point, Councillor Fletcher, and then Councillor Byrne, and then we'll look to move on. I'll bring you in, Lee, after Councillor Byrne. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just before we move on, I just noticed we have an officer not even involved in the application, interjecting into this members' debate. Is that the norm?
Councillor Byrne, no, I think it's incredibly helpful that officers, do express differences of opinion. I understand where you're coming from, but it is important that we do get, Matt, I think, was right to come in there because I think we was going off course. So, yeah, thank you for your concerns there, Councillor Byrne. But I'm happy with that, and obviously we all can make our own minds up on the things we do and say and take on board. But good point, Lee Nicholson. We've come up with 3 reasons, material reasons, and there is obviously an emphasis of concern in terms of quality and the amount of mitigation against that station on this development. Are you happy with the 3 reasons we've come up with, and obviously taken on board what else has been said?
Chair, thank you. I've listened to the debate and what members are saying, and I'm just comparing that to what's on page 43 of the existing agenda, and I think it was the Vice Chair that made the point that the 3 reasons are the 3 reasons that you're still sticking with, and I think there's been enough discussion around the 2nd and 3rd reasons, which is the car parking and affordable housing. My only question, Chair, is whether there's anything more you wanted to add as a committee around the density of the scheme. In other words, density in itself high density in itself isn't necessarily a problem, but the effects of high density are often or can be the problem, and that would normally be because the building's too big, too tall, too much mass with the building. That that those sort of impacts that come about from high density. So I just would suggest, Chair, that there was perhaps something else that goes with that to give the best chance that you have around that particular reason for refusal. And then I think once we've got that, Chair, I think we probably ought to be going to the vote.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Byrne, you got your hand up?
Yeah, just go on. I said earlier, we seem to be ignoring the rule book, and as we did earlier. So I think my point's valid, but you've dismissed it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Councillor Byrne. All right then. So in terms of density, there, Lee, clearly it is on the. It should be noted that that is on the borderline of acceptability in terms of this particular site. Now, with a high density brings more people to the site. It may be a single bedroom flat, but you could have 2 people living there. If you have 2 people living there, then you might have 2 cars. Now, the emphasis has been on Walkington Station, but we've already highlighted that Walkington Station is at a maximum capacity. And as such, what I want to see is people to be able to move into homes where they have accessibility to open space, to green space. My own personal point is I don't really consider that green patch or the green patches on these sites big enough to be able to call open space. They're very small, compact green areas. And as such, it's simply not enough. There's too many people on that site, and high density leads to poor quality. And as such, I've got nothing else to add there, unless anyone else wanted to come in. No, okay. All right then, Lee. Are you happy for us to move to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. You've made the link that in your mind that you've just articulated that. If there isn't anything else from any other member, then I suggest we move to the vote on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there's obviously a recommendation for refusal from myself. Is that seconded? I'm just going to get it first.
Seconded, Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Fletcher. What I'll do, I'll go through to planning committee members one by one. And we'll take it from there. So application reference 20/00827/FUL is recommended for refusal. That's Councillors Kelly and Councillors Fletcher in favour of refusal. Councillor Byrne?
In favour of refusal.
Councillor Churchman?
In favour of refusal.
Councillor Lawrence?
Refusal.
Councillor Potter?
In favour of refusal.
Councillor Rice?
Yeah, in favour of refusal.
Councillor Salmons?
In favour of refusal.
And then lastly, Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah, in favour of refusal, Chair.
Okay then, so that's a unanimous across the committee. So that's item 8, 20/00827/FUL, former Ford Motor Company, Arridgedale Avenue, that has been refused. Okay, so that then takes us on to our remaining items on the agenda. The first is agenda item 9, 20/01736, 13 Lowen Road, Chadwell St Mary, and that's found on pages 101 to 118. Let's go there. And Nadia, would you be so kind as to present that report?
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. I will share my screen with you all. And hopefully you can confirm you can all see that now. Bit of housekeeping first in relation to the application at 13 Lowen Road. The agenda was published. The council has received 6 further written objections that have been provided to the council after being sent directly to yourself, Chair, and they have been forwarded to the team. They will object to the proposals for reasons I'll cover in the presentation, but also for the same reasons that have been previously highlighted as the neighbour concerns within the report before you. The application relates to a residential site comprising of a large detached 5-bedroom property within a substantial plot. The site is located within a residential part of Chadwell and is bordered by residential development to the north, south and east, and by public open space and recreation area to the immediate west. This 0.14 hectare site comprises of a large detached dwelling with attached garage. It is served by an existing vehicle access located on Lowen Road to the northern half of the site. There are several trees and some vegetation along the western and southern boundaries of the site. Here are some plans showing the existing detached property. The proposal seeks the demolition of this large detached dwelling and associated outbuildings to be replaced with 5 3-bedroom houses with associated access changes, off-street parking provision and private garden areas. All 5 houses would be providing much needed affordable housing appropriate to meet the affordable housing needs of the immediate area. This plan shows the proposed layout with a pair of semi-detached houses following the building line of the property to the north, and with the 3 remaining houses proposed to be built in line with the building line to the neighbouring property to the immediate east, and would comprise of a detached dwelling and a pair of semis. The proposals would provide 3-bedroom houses with rooms in the roof space, including a front dormer. The houses would be of a similar depth to the surrounding properties, but they would be narrower when compared to the immediately adjacent properties and houses on Lowen Road. They would be comparable to the width of other surrounding development on Hague Road. As a consequence, the proposals would be built at a medium density in comparison to the immediately neighbouring properties on Lowen Road. But given the variety of development styles and densities in the immediate area, with terraced dwellings and generally more dense development to the immediate north and northeast of the site, the proposal is considered acceptable with regards to its impact on character. Here's a floor plan showing the general room layouts, and here are some further elevations. The houses would have an internal width of not less than 4.5 metres and would provide a policy compliant level of internal floor area with a gross internal area of 110 square metres for the 3-bedroom dwellings, fully complying with council policy. The houses would be of a relatively modern design, including rooms within the roof space, and would be constructed from a materials palette reflecting that of the existing dwellings in Lowen Road. Each property would be provided with 2 off-street parking spaces, providing 10 spaces for the 5 houses, complying with council parking standards. The existing access would be widened to the north, providing off-street parking for the northern pair of semis, and a new access would be installed more centrally along the frontage to provide suitable vehicle access for the overall development. The proposal would not result in no increase in overlooking to surrounding neighbouring properties in comparison to the existing overlooking afforded from the rear existing dwelling into neighbouring gardens. There are no main living area windows proposed in the flank of the dwellings and the layout in the first floor flank of the dwellings, and the layout and arrangement means that the proposal would result in no unacceptable overlooking, with all overlooking distances complying with council standards. Got some photos of the area for you. So this is the application site before you there. And property is immediately adjacent to the site on Lowen Road. This is looking north, and you can see the terrace of properties on Hague Road in the distance there. And looking south towards the neighbouring property as the road bends into Lowen Road there. And that's looking west, and from within the site, looking back at the property from the garden boundaries and looking north there at neighbouring properties. And that's looking east of the site at the neighbouring property and looking south. And for a bit of context, I also took some photos from the open space to the immediate west of the site. So immediately in front of you there is the boundary of the site with neighbouring properties either side, and looking north and south there, looking directly north, showing the Hague Road development there, and south. Overall, the proposal would provide much needed affordable housing in the borough and is therefore recommended to members for approval, subject to conditions. Happy to take any questions at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report, Nadia. So a couple of questions. First off, obviously there's some lovely trees in that back garden, some nice large ones. What's going to happen there? Hello, Nadia.
Apologies, Chair, I was finding the mute button. Excuse me.
No worries.
The trees along the western boundary would remain within the development, and there aren't any landscape concerns in relation to the proposal at all.
So sorry, just to confirm, in the back garden there's some really large trees. I would have thought, don't they have to come down for the properties?
Some of them, let me just pull up the presentation again. 1 second. We look at the layout. Sorry, we'll get there. Right. Yeah, the trees on the most southern portion of the western boundary would remain. The trees to the further northern part of the western boundary would be lost as a result of the development. Yeah.
And are they replaced?
There is a landscaping scheme proposed and conditioned within the recommendation.
Yeah, because it always worries me when we lose obviously sort of large trees. I don't even know if they're protected, but we lose the large ones and then they get replaced with these little flimsy ones, which I think is something we need to take note of, because you know, they do need replacing. In, you know, you almost need to replace one for one. So that's probably something we'll have to take further. But it is disappointing we're losing them. And then just one other quick question. A lot of residential complaints. Clearly, there's a lot of unrest in this particular area, certainly from the neighbours. What's your thoughts and feelings on those? You would have received those over the last few days in terms of access, parking, and what have you found?
Well, I've looked at all of the comments received and taken them on board, and you know, it is obvious that this proposal is of a different density and a different type of development to the immediately neighbouring properties on Lowen Road. They are particularly large. They're wide detached properties, and any development on this site wouldn't, quite frankly, be worth its salt if it didn't provide a decent, affordable housing on the property, on the site overall. And this scheme is fully policy compliant. It meets all council standards with regards its private amenity area, its internal space, its layout and parking provision, and general servicing. So no, there are no concerns with respect to the density. It's actually a medium density of 30. Given the reference made to density earlier on this evening, the density level is medium at 35 dwellings per hectare. As members will know, isn't high at all. And with regards concerns about overlooking, there are no main room first floor windows in the flank elevations. They would only serve bathrooms, and there are no concerns in regards to a neighbour amenity impact.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's go on to Councillors Rice, Shinnick and Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Nadia, can you tell me about the garden sizes? One of the complaints I've received is that the garden sizes are smaller than one-bedroom properties in the neighbouring road.
I can indeed. I calculated the garden sizes on each of the units prior to this evening. And I can confirm the smallest garden size is 74.995 square metres, so just a touch under 75 square metres, and the largest is 130 square metres. And overall, the site comfortably provides the appropriate private amenity space provision for 3-bedroom dwellings, and it complies with policy in that respect.
Yes, I mean, I took a drive round there the other day and saw myself the parking issues, and I thought to myself, what you're really doing is, not you personally, but the housing department, are shoving 5 houses pretty much into the back garden. That's what it looks like to me. And then only to have 2 car parking spaces per property. It might meet our standard, but again, as the chair said in the last item, if I'm a visitor, where do I park?
I think that would be the situation for many properties, generally in established residential areas like this. I think what we can do is make sure that any development on this site is policy compliant and washes its own face, so to speak, and provides its own parking for the residents. And these are 3-bedroom properties, and each would be provided 2 parking spaces. And not all established properties that are larger than that in the area have that provision, but this proposal does.
Yeah, and you went on to say there are 110 square metres. What's the average size of a normal 3-bedroom house?
It would be around about 100 square metres. So this exceeds that.
100 square metres. And what about a flat?
Well, a flat, it depends on the number of bedrooms, but the minimum for a 2-bedroom flat would be 55 square metres.
55. So we're with 115, we're just over. We're not a lot, really.
Yeah, it's 110 gross internal floor area.
Square metres, yeah. But as I say, I drove around there and I was horrified, really, because I can understand having 2 or 3, perhaps, but 5 just seems to be overdevelopment in this area, and it already has problems with parking, and obviously that would be a major concern to us all.
I think I can understand your comment regarding the change from 1 large property to 5. It's obviously upscaling, so there is a change in that regard. But I refer you again to the density being at 35 per hectare is medium density, and that if I think if there were concerns that the proposal wouldn't provide adequate facilities for parking or refuse collection or private garden space provision, or indeed if the garden debts didn't meet our minimum standards, then we could consider that there might be concerns about overdevelopment of the site, but that just isn't evident with this scheme. And with regards to the size of each property, the application has been submitted by the council's housing team, and they're probably best placed for knowing in terms of what their affordable housing requirements are in that area. So they've been particular in that regard in submitting a proposal that fits what it is looking for.
Yeah, as I say, they're only my initial comments. Myself, I think it's overdevelopment, and I think it's too much myself. In view of the existing area, which are all detached houses. I just think the council are coming the old acid on this site myself, but I'll reserve my judgment, obviously, to the debate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask a few questions, actually, because about a year ago, I was receiving emails, and I'm sure the other councillors were as well, especially Councillor Rice, being a Chadwell councillor, from a Mr. Rouse who's disabled. Now, I know this is the area that he grew up in, and the house was adapted for him originally when he first had his accident. And he was really asking if he could be moved back to this house, which had already been adapted for him and his family, because he has carers coming. So is this the same property?
I wouldn't have any details in that regard at all, Councillor Lawrence. It's not something I'm aware of, no.
Right, okay then. So really, this is the sort of house what would suit people what are disabled, isn't it? Because it's large enough for them to be with their families and have carers come in and take care of them, such as the case for Mr. Rouse. And I know this is the area and this is the road, because I remember visiting it sort of like 30 odd years ago, and his family lived there. So I'm just wondering, did the council refuse Mr. Rouse just to put it up so it could be sold off and have extra housing put on it? I'd like to know if possible.
Yeah, well, we could find that out, but as I say, that's not the application that's come in, and we've not been given any information in that regard. It's a large property. Whether the housing team requires such a large property to meet its affordable housing needs or its general housing needs is somewhat questionable, because it's a very large property that you could only put ultimately one family in, whereas this development could provide homes for 5 families on residential land. So, you know, I can only assume that was the approach taken.
I know that there are some properties down Hathaway Road, and they're not exceptionally big. They're only 3 bedroomed, and they've been altered so people what's got disabilities or need help, they're shared out, and they have someone go in so they're able to live there, rather than being other premises and costing the council more money. So personally, I think this type of property would be ideal to keep it large and help people in that situation.
I suppose the other thing to bear in mind is that as new builds, as modern developments, they would also comply with Part M of the building regs in a way that an older property like this wouldn't, actually, unless it was adapted. So this would already have suitable access as new properties in terms of you know, corridor and hallway width and so on. And perhaps, as I say, the housing team already has in mind the occupants that would be needing, you know, these units. I'm speculating, but I'm just sharing my thoughts with you.
His family had already had it adapted for him, because he was severely disabled and he was in the downstairs room and he had to have nurses come in all the time. So if this is the house, it's already been adapted for that.
I don't know. It certainly isn't occupied, and it looks like it's been vacant for some time, so for sure, from the site visit. But I don't know about former occupiers, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just seems a bit of a coincidence. About a year ago, that Mr. Rouse was contacting people, really asking if he could have help to move in. At the same time, this come up being empty. So personally, I think it should be looked into before it's just given away.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potter and then Councillor Salmons.
Thank you, Chair. I can add clarification to Councillor Lawrence's comments there, because of the quite large numbers of complaints I got via email. I took a drive over there yesterday and was walking around the site, and I spoke to a resident who actually lives next door, and she told me that it was indeed Mr. Ralph that wanted to get back in there because the house had been converted for him, and the council have abandoned the house for 2 years, and it's been occupied by squatters and all sorts. So it was definitely Mr. Ralph that lived there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Potter, for confirming that and doing the proper investigation.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Salmons.
Yes, just to clarify, most of the emails that I've had from residents who've got concerns have been regarding the size of the gardens and the bedrooms. Most of them are saying that, in their opinion, and I'm not sure if they're correct, that the bedroom sizes are less than they'd get if they were living in a flat. Is that true?
No, it isn't. As I say, the overall internal floor area of each of the properties is 110 square metres, and there are 3 bedrooms, and the 3rd bedroom is actually in the loft space. So that isn't correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Right, there's no further hands up, so we will go to speaker statements. Okay, then. Now we do have a speaker who's speaking on behalf of the applicant. Mark, are you with us? Would you like to come forwards? And you've got 3 minutes in which to present your case.
Yep. Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. I'll make a start. I agree with the conclusions of the Planning Department's report in the agenda and the recommendation for approval subject to conditions. The development will provide much needed affordable housing at a scale and character which fits into the local context and will have no adverse impact on privacy, amenity or local transport. So I'd like to use this statement to highlight the development's response to sustainability, tackling climate change and habitat biodiversity loss. The landscaping plan indicates a soft and hard landscaping for the site. The design and access statement and the ecology reports detail the proposed ecological enhancement strategies and how the development will make contributions to national and local biodiversity targets. Enhancements include raised beds to help soften and visually improve the communal parking area for residents and as viewed from the street, and provide robust drought-tolerant planting for pollinators. New trees incorporated into the layout to provide boundary screening and structure to the planting, but also to increase the ecological value of the retained trees on the site and mitigate the loss of the pine. New wildlife-friendly hedging planted along the entire western boundary, species-rich turf to the private amenity areas, log piles, hedgehog passes, bat and bird and insect boxes, and hibernation shelters. Overall, it is considered that the proposed development will result in a net increase in biodiversity value of the site, whilst also helping the new occupants connect to nature on their doorstep. The proposed development's energy strategy will reduce energy consumption through the use of sustainable design principles, following a fabric-first approach and providing thermally efficient building envelopes, reduce dwelling water consumption using low water usage fittings, generate at least 20% of the site-regulated predicted energy from a renewable energy source. It is proposed to use air source heat pumps to provide the heating and hot water to each of the dwellings, This will actually reduce carbon emissions for the whole development by 40%. The site is located in flood zone 1 and is considered to be at low risk of flooding. The proposed drainage strategy is designed to cater for all storms up to and including the 1 in 100 year event, with a 40% allowance for climate change in line with current requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that detailed speaker statement there. Okay, so with that, I can't see any more hands raised, which then takes us on to debate. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what members say. Looking at the site itself, I do know Chadwell quite well. I went to Thurrock School. I spent a lot of time over at Chadwell's in my childhood. It's quite a fascinating little town, really, when you look at the diverse mix of housing that you get over there, and it's certainly rich with open space. I have read the neighbour complaints. Yeah, clearly there is some concern there. And when it comes to the decision, it really comes down to two things. Yes, these homes, they are going to be, I think, of a benefit to families that don't already live there. Maybe there'll be council tenants who are, currently in flats, or even if they're not council tenants, there'll be people whom can buy their own houses that are affordable. And ultimately, yes, I wouldn't say the rooms are massive. I wouldn't say the gardens are massive. They might be ever so slightly out of touch with the local vicinity, but then you don't have to go too far to find those sort of bungalows, those sort of, I'm looking across the road and those gardens are incredibly small as well. So it really does come down to, yes, I can see the concerns, but yes, I can also see that this is going to be a massive benefit to 5 families. So I am minded to support at the moment. It would be interesting to see what everyone else thinks. In terms of parking, yes, there's a little bit of a concern there. Each property will have 2 spaces. There may be some room to park on the site, but not actually in an official space. I'm not sure. You probably won't get too much there. Chadwell, like Tilbury, is quite rich, really, when it comes with parking. That's 2 things that can certainly be said about Chadwell and Tilbury that Gray certainly does. I mean, I represent Little Fight Rectory, and parking is incredibly scarce. Incredibly narrow. So I am minded to support. What's everyone else thinking on this one? Let's go to Councillor Rice first.
Thank you, Chair. Well, to my mind, Chair, this 5-bedroom, 5 houses, I should say, development is overdevelopment. We've just been told by our lead officer that one of the bedrooms, which puts it into a 3-bedroom home, is in a loft space. So it's not very good. So it's going to be very cramped inside. And I'm just thinking to myself, perhaps if the local authority came back and said 2 or 3, there might be some sympathy, but 5 just seems too much. We've been told about the parking. I visited the site yesterday. You wouldn't be able to park in the road because, there just isn't enough room. So, and if we're only providing 2 car parking spaces per property, obviously that's not good enough. It might meet our minimum, but we've got to remember this is a built-up residential area. This is where the 5-bedroom, and these were old army houses many years ago. But I just think it's too much, Chair, and I'm mindful to say no because of density, parking, and even the gardens. The gardens are not vast. They're going to be like shoeboxes. And I know not everyone wants a garden, but it'd be nice to be able to put a chair out. And if you have 5 people in there, I don't think you'd struggle to get 5 people out. So for them type of reasons, Chair, I'm definitely against this proposal at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Sort of just picking up on some of your comments. I mean, in terms of loft space and the amount of homes, I mean, obviously, people will have choice, won't they? So they're going to go in there, they'll look at their bedrooms. Is it big enough? Is it right for us? So they're going to have their choice as to whether they want to move there. In terms of the actual house sizes, I would argue they're not too far off what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Google Earth now on 3D image. They're very similar sizes to what we've got there in Haygroves. In terms of the parking, I would say that there is street parking there. So I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. I respect, how you're going to vote. The only other thing I would say, what has going for it, is that the fact that this is next to, waves of green space. I mean, if you look at the Alsett Heath, I mean, it's huge. So a little bit, the last application, it wasn't near any open space. It was very low dense, and that was one of the concerns. But you can't say that about Cheddle. There's plenty there. It's a good thing. So yeah, interesting comments. But yeah, I respect your opinion. Let's go to Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I can't bring it into myself to go with this application. I think it's totally wrong that Mr. Rouse was ignored in the first place, especially after hearing that this house has been lying empty and been left to get in such a bad state of repair. It's already been altered for disability use. And I hope that Mr. Rouse doesn't mind me mentioning that due to an accident, he's been paralysed from the neck down since a teenager. And he was brought up in this home. I think we've got to start considering the people what are disabled. And also that we do get larger families what need bigger houses. And as Steve says about Greenbelt, when it's gone, it's gone. How many 5-bedroom houses have we got now to offer people in this area? So once it's gone, we're never going to get it back. And also the others will start disappearing then. These are lovely old army houses what suit big families or disabled people. I don't think we should give it away. And I've also listened to the residents there. They don't want it either. So I think we should reconsider this and hopefully have a bit of a heart and consider people like Mr. Rouse who need somewhere like this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Over to Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Byrne, then Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose two things really. I'm looking at this development and I'm thinking sort of over the last 2 to 3 years that I've been on this committee, I'm pretty sure that we have looked at a number of developments like this, generally over towards the east of the borough, practically identical to this, where you have large houses, a street of large houses, and somebody wants to put 5 smaller houses in the back garden. And without fail, those developers have been recommended for refusal. And I'm trying to get my head around why this one, which, to my untutored eye looks exactly the same as all those previous ones, is fine. So it's worrying me a bit that there's is this inconsistency? Is it because it's in a different part of the borough, or is there something so different about this attempt to squeeze 5 houses into somebody's back garden that's better than the others? But parking that for a second, the biggest concern I've got is this this story that's emerged this evening about the gentleman who was looking to move back, where the house has actually been adapted for his use, and then for some reason it's been left, abandoned, and then miraculously it becomes available for development. I really do think I would like to know a lot more about what went on there before I make any decisions about this development, because once this development has gone in, that story's buried. It's gone. Nothing can be done about it. That for me is a real concern. I'd like to know what happened. I'd like to know whether there's anything that should have been done differently. And then maybe we can look at what gets done with the land.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Let's go to Councillor Byrne and Councillor Potter.
Hi, yes, I mean, first of all, look at those pictures and I'm thinking, how and why would we want to take that away? And then I've listened to Councillor Lawrence. She has told me she's got a great argument. So why would anybody want to go against this? And it is basically infill. And then the presentation, biodiversity. I mean, that's just buzzwords. How can more houses be more eco-friendly than one purpose-built house that is there designed for the guy that Councillor Lawrence is talking about? So none of this, all this smacks of no, and it's been empty for 2 years, maybe set up for some sort of development. But Angela Lawrence said it all. So for me, you can't beat her argument. So I would, at the moment, be a definite no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Potter, then Shinnick, and then we'll probably look to sum up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to keep this reasonably short and very untechnical. I drove round to this turning yesterday, took one look at the front, walked round, took one look at the back, and I just had to say to myself, 5 houses down this street would be completely out of character with every single other dwelling owned by council taxpayers and residents in that street. So it just would be ridiculous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Potter, and then Councillor Shinnick.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to back Councillor Lawrence. I'm aware of Mr. Rowe's story. He's been trying to get, this bigger property for some time. And I do think also this is a bit adventurous, putting 5 properties on this piece of land. Perhaps 2 or 3, yes, but 5's far too much. And I think we ought to hear Mr. Rouse's story from the council again, because he is in need of somewhere like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, so there's no further hands raised there. Yeah, good point. It's clear, I think, that this is probably going to be rejected this evening. I tend to, I agree with the comments, but I'm pretty much, I feel the angle I'm coming from is it's 5 affordable homes, so it's good. If we don't build these 5 affordable homes, then effectively, these families will be elsewhere. So as such, I think that's a good side of it. I think it's in a good, sustainable location, but I'm not going to press that too much. There is a recommendation for. I don't think anyone else wants to comment. There is obviously a recommendation set out on page 110, which is 8.0, and that is officer recommendation for approval. Let's see how this goes. I'd like to recommend approval. Is that seconded? No, okay. That's not seconded, so that's defeated. Would anyone like to propose an alternative recommendation?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Rice, please propose a second recommendation.
Well, Chair, my view is it is overdevelopment when you consider the context of the area. When you go down this street, they're all big 5-bedroom properties. And to squeeze 5 small properties into, which was a 5-bedroom house, to me is overdevelopment. And it would look out of space. When it comes to the parking spaces, yeah, okay, we've got 2 per house. But let's be honest, 2 per house, where are the visitors going to park? They can't park out in the street, because I went round there, and I know Councillor Potter went round there last night, yesterday afternoon, and he told me that it was full. So we can't be doing that. And then when you look at the amenity areas, the gardens are very small, and the only reason that they're getting the extra bedroom to make it a 3-bedroom property is they're putting the bedroom up in the loft. Well, that to me, it seems crazy. So now you're taking away the space of a person, of a family that might want to put some stuff up in a loft. So that's gone. So, to me, it's too cramped, Chair. And for those reasons, I'd recommend it be refused, and hope that one of my colleagues would second that.
Who's seconding that?
Yeah,
Councillor
I'm happy
Byrne.
to.
Seconded.
Okay, I've got Councillor Byrne there quickly. All right then. So Lee Nicholson, would you like to come in there?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So just finding the council constitution here. So where we are is so the vote for the recommendation has been lost. So we're moving to section 7.2 of the council constitution, which sets out that the move of the motion should clearly specify or write down the motion, including the reasons for departing from the officer's recommendation. The reasons in the motion need to be put clearly to the committee in public, and the planning officer should always be given the opportunity to explain the implications of the vote. So, Chair, I mean, I'm listening to the debate there. It strikes me that members are concerned that there's essentially too much development on this site. I've heard a couple of times the reference of 2 or 3 properties might be more acceptable, but the 5 isn't. There's also this side angle around the personal circumstances that relate to the previous occupier, and members are asking for an update on that. Yeah, I mean, obviously you can. What we would need to help form a recommendation of refusal, or a reason for refusal, would be a little bit more flesh on the bones for that. But equally, I'm conscious that the housing team are on the call here. They probably have more answers than what the planners will do in terms of the history of that. If members were minded to defer the item, that can come back. But equally, if members are looking to refuse, then we would just need to have some more detail around what reasons would need to go into that reason for refusal to allow that reason to be crafted and to be agreed with you, Chair.
All right then, thank you, Councillor Byrne. You still got your hand up?
Yes. Well, just like to add to that, going along with everybody else, just saying the Mr. House of the borough matter. So that, for me, has sold it beyond anything. The Mr. House we have to take consideration for, and we have to consider our Mr. House of the borough. So Angela has put it perfectly. So the Mr. House for me, yeah, counts for everything.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Rice, did you want to come back there? Obviously, following on from Lee's comments, so you're right to add some more meat to that. Cheers.
Well, I maintain it's overdevelopment. 2 car parking spaces, yes, it might meet policy, but the reality is, if I'm a visitor, I've got nowhere to park. So we're just going to fill the whole area up and upset people. So I think there's a lack of parking, off-street parking. The gardens are very small. The 3-bedroom sizes, well, they're again small, and one of them's in the loft. I can't believe that. And it just seems to me, reading the residents' objections, it seems to me it's overdevelopment, it's too cramped. Perhaps if they came back with 2 or 3, there might be a little bit more desire, because you could see to squeeze 5 on that property is just overdevelopment. So to me it's overdevelopment, car parking spaces. I don't think it's suitable. It's very small gardens, very small amenity space. You're going to put 5 families in these properties. You'll have them on top of each other, which is not good. And I think for those reasons, Chair, that we should have enough really to refuse it and get the council to come back with some proper proposals for this area. If they were thinking seriously, they could have 3 terraced houses replicating what is now one house. And they could build that, and they could build, they could actually do something. But with 5, it's just too much, Chair. And I think we need the council to come back and, revise this whole scheme, because it's just annoying people and it's going to be totally out of character. of the whole area, which would be wrong.
Okay, thank you. Lee, are you happy with that additional content?
Thank you, Chair. So if members are minded to refuse, it does feel I am hearing 2 reasons for refusal there. So what we would need to do is obviously agree the wording with yourself, Chair, after the vote, clearly. But I think what we've got is essentially 2 reasons for refusal, which concerning overdevelopment by virtue of the amenity and also the number of units on the site and also the car parking, visitor car parking in particular, isn't considered acceptable to members. So with that, Chair, if that's what members are looking to go with, then obviously that can go to the vote.
Excellent. Okay, then. So we will look to move that. There are 2 hands raised. I'll just go to Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Fletcher.
I'd just like to add, Chair, that I think before this property is removed, to put 3 or 5 or whatever on it, I'm hoping that the officers will look into it because it's already been adapted for someone that's been disabled many years ago. So it might need doing up, but when you think the money, what it costs the council to change people's houses around for them to use, this is already halfway there. So if there's a reason why Mr. Rouse wasn't entitled to this house, I'm sure there's other people out there in the same situation what would really need this property. So I think we should really consider this before it's given away and been adapted to little properties.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, on that, on a similar line, Chair, I wonder if a further reason for refusal might be that the fact we're basically sacrificing adapted property, specialist property, to build these. So in effect, yes, you're creating further low-priced, further low-priced accommodation, but you're actually getting rid of specialist, disabled, adapted accommodation, of which we are also not particularly. What's the word? We don't exactly have a large amount of that in the borough, and it's needed.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So with everything in mind, I think we're ready to move to the vote now. What I'll do actually, to do it a bit quicker, if you could just indicate with your hand whether you'd like to vote in favour of this refusal, just do that. That'll be on the right-hand side of the screen. So with that, all 13 Lion Road, application reference 2001736 is recommended for refusal as the reasons set out by Councillor Rice and other members. So if you please show me your hand on Microsoft Teams, I'll take that down as refusal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, that's 8 committee members who are in favour of refusal. And that's everyone with the exception of myself, and I'm against refusal. So with that, we can say 13 Lion Road, Chadwell St Mary, agenda item 9 has been refused. And Lee, you'll come back to me via email with the correct wording. Okay, so with that, we can now move on to item 10, and that is Thames Park School. And that will be Kenna who will be presenting that, and that can be found on pages 119 to 172. Kenna, if you'd like to present that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to try and share my screen. I'm not sure if that's visible. Can you see my screen?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, 1 second. Is that visible now, Chair?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. This application is for Thames Park School. This application is for a full planning permission for a purpose-built school with purpose-built school, sixth form entry secondary school with associated sports facilities, access, parking, drainage, and landscaping. The applicant maintains that the pupil admissions number, the PAN number, is projected to grow by 744 pupils over the next 5 years, but also maintains that the pupil admissions number and the current pupils in the central secondary school area, the central SSA, are likely to exceed this figure. So if I just scroll through the screen. So the application site is within the Metropolitan Greenbelt as defined by the core strategy proposals map. The site is 7.2 hectares with mainly the southern parcel of land in agricultural use. The ground levels are characterised by a significant slope from north to south with a drop of 26 metres. USP College, formerly Palmer's College, along the western boundary, which is those collections of buildings in the centre here. The site is a reverse L-shaped site with the northern parcel south of Chadwell Road and the southern parcel to the north of Marshall Road, also bordering Dock Approach Road and Old Dock Approach Road to the east and to the west. The two parcels of land, the north and the south, so you've got the north here, south of Chadwell Road, and the south are joined by this pinch point, which is quite narrow. I think it's about 19 metres in width. So the northern part of the site, which is the most elevated part of the site, is within low flood risk zone 1, and you've got this part of the site to the south where the secondary access is located in lower flood risk zone 3, but it's worth mentioning at this point there's no development proposed in the southern part of the site. And also the southern part of the site has a public right of way that cuts across the southern part of the site. The Thames Park School has been operational since September 2020 and is currently operating out of temporary accommodation within Central Grays. The urgency for a new pupil places within the Central SSA is evident, and Thames Park School has been developed as a direct response to this need. So we've got the proposals map here demonstrating that the site is within the Greenbelt. So in relation to the site layout, so you've got the secondary school, which is to provide 900 places for year groups 7 to 11 and 6 classes of 30 students for 5-year school year groups. So if we look at the top of the site, you've got the parking plan here to the northwestern boundary of Palmer's College, a new access to propose to Chadwell Road. South of the parking proposed, we've got the main teaching block here, and then the sports block is a secondary building on the site, and then you've got a double court multi-use games area to the south of those buildings as well. You've also got the path that leads from these buildings that takes you all the way down south of the site through the pinch point and then leading to the natural turf fields and the artificial pitch, which is the centre of the southern parcel of the site. So here's some elevations for. This is the main teaching block, so this will be a 3-storey building, and got a few floor plans here. This is the sports indoor sports facility that is provided. You can see the elevations here. So as I said earlier, there's a car parking area that's proposed to the northwestern boundary. This is a bit more detail of the car parking allocation plan. And we've also got the plan that demonstrates the off-site highways works as well. got some illustrations just to demonstrate what the site is going to look like. Some visuals here. From the first one at the top will be demonstrating from Chadwell Road with the access from from Chadwell Road. And then you've also got the two buildings viewed from the south of the site. And just some more visuals as well. So just to get an idea of what the surrounding area looks like. So this is a photo demonstrating what the site looks like from Chadwell Road looking west. This is Chadwell Road facing the USP College. You've got the north facing south of the site, so you can see the Amazon buildings, and you can also see how the site is also gradually sloping from, I think, west to east as well. Views over the Dock Approach Road from I think that's quite close to the pinch point I was mentioning earlier. This is again the pinch point looking south, and then it slopes towards to the south, but also looking towards where the public rights of way are. The pinch point again, but then demonstrating, facing north. This is a view facing, from the south facing western boundary. The northern north of the southern parcel looking south. If you can see to the left of the screen, I'm not sure if everyone can see it, but you can see the existing secondary access, which is the field access for the site. That's looking, standing south, looking northeast. And in the centre of this screen, you can see where that pinch point is in the middle of the screen. These are views from the footbridge outside of the site, looking towards the site, with Palmer's College in view on the right-hand side, and again demonstrating the gradual levels that are gradually falling from north to south of the site as well. Again, further photos just a bit further west of the footbridge facing southwest. And this is a view from Chadwell on the other side, so it's a bit further back, so you can get a bit of a view of how the site will be visible from the eastern area. So in terms of the principle of development, so if I just get the originals, one of the site plans up. Yeah. So the core strategy policies. The core strategy policies that support educational facilities, including new build schools, will be CSSP3 and CSTP12. The MPPF paragraphs 94 requires the LPA to create great weight to the need to create, expand, and also through decisions on planning applications. The government national policy paper, Planning for Schools 2011, is also relevant to this application. Not part of the MPPF, but PPG, but the paper sets out a commitment to support development of the state-funded schools and sets out a number of principles to demonstrate this. And some of these are the principle in favour of development for state-funded schools. Another one is that local authorities should make full use of powers to support state-funded school applications. So the key points to consider on this scheme would be the impact to the Greenbelt educational provision as mentioned earlier, and within the borough, the loss of the agricultural land. The key policies here are CSSP4, PMD6, CSTP21, and these basically refer to the Greenbelt policy, development in the Greenbelt and productive lands. So in terms of the loss of agricultural land, CSTP 21, which seeks to preserve the best and most versatile agricultural land, southern part of the site is considered the most versatile agricultural land. The applicant demonstrates reasons to justify the loss of the agricultural land and deems appropriate and could not be justified as a reason for refusal. So the Greenbelt policies that are relevant are CSSP4 and the PMD6, which aim to prevent urban sprawl and maintain the essential characteristics of openness and permanence of the Greenbelt. So the key points to consider here are whether the proposal constitutes inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, the effect of the proposal on the nature of the Greenbelt and the purposes of including land within it, and whether the very special circumstances exist to justify inappropriate development. So it has been established that the application does constitute inappropriate development and would be contrary to some of the purposes of including land within the Greenbelt, where paragraph 134 of the NPPF is relevant, and harms to openness of the Greenbelt and definitional harm have been reasons of inappropriate development. In accordance with policy, substantial weight should be given to this harm. So in terms of the NPPF also requires to consider any other harm, which is the NPPF in paragraph 144. However, the applicant has submitted a number of very special circumstances to justify inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. These mainly being there are imminent needs and projected school needs. There are imminent and projected needs for the school. So these are the key very special circumstances to justify inappropriate development for the school. As mentioned earlier, the school is within the central SSA, but the application has been made in direct response to an imminent need, as Thames Park School is currently within temporary accommodation and the number of school places are likely to exceed the PAN numbers. The educational department are in support of this application. Another very special circumstances for this application is the sequential testing for sites. The applicant has proposed a number of other sites. Sorry, that's wrong. The applicant has looked at a number of other sites and tested these sites and concluded that no other appropriate sites are available in the borough. With reference to the agenda, if you look to paragraph 7.5, where the table is located on that page, on page 143, there are harms that have been identified in the report that haven't actually been listed in that table that refer to the non-designated heritage assets. So there are a number of other factors that have been promoted by the applicant as comprising very special circumstances required to justify inappropriate development, and it is for committee to judge the weight to be attributed to these factors, whether these factors are generally very special or whether the accumulation of generic factors combine at this location to comprise very special circumstances. So officers are of the opinion that the identified harm to the Greenbelt is clearly outweighed by the accumulation of factors described above, so as to amount to very special circumstances justifying inappropriate development. It is also worth noting that there has been pre-application discussions on the scheme with a Thurrock design review panel, which is broadly similar to the current scheme. The council's urban designer has objected to the scheme, maintaining the issues raised from the design panel, and they maintain that it hasn't been addressed. Although the designer acknowledges the need for school places and budget constraints of the applicant, but is concerned with the quality of the learning environments and the social environments of the school and implications for its pupils and community users. Members of the committee are reminded that the council adopted the Thurrock design strategy in 2017. Key aims of the strategy are to ensure that the new development is of the highest possible quality and responds to a local context. So the relevant design policies here are NPPF paragraphs 131 and PMD2 on good design. It has been identified that perhaps there is a tension between paragraph 127 of the NPPF, which aims to ensure that the developments, among other things, will function well and add to the overall quality of the area, not just for the short time, but over the lifetime of the development. Clearly, with regards to design, there is a time frame and budget constraints associated with the delivery of the new school buildings, and these constraints arguably run contrary to elements of the NPPF. However, on balance, given the pressing need for the school places and the government guidance in relation to construction of new schools, design offers of the view that design can be accepted. So in terms of parking and traffic and access to the site, currently there is no access to the north of the site, but has a secondary access to the south along Marshbrook Road. A new access for vehicles would be formed onto Chapel Road, approximately halfway along the site's northern boundary. The secondary access to the south of the site would be changed to a staff, student, pedestrian access. So that's to the south of the site here, along Marshbrook Road. Pedestrian access would also be along the Chapel Road frontage, adjacent to the vehicular access, in addition to the secondary access to the south, and that would also be for pedestrians. So through the discussions with highways officers, a number of works are proposed to the public highway outside the applicant's control in order to achieve safe access to the site for vehicle users, pedestrians and cyclists, and a planning obligation would be required to do these works. There's also an over provision of parking spaces as highlighted above, but under provision of cycle parking spaces. Due to the cut and fill operations that are required to level off the site, it is considered in addition to general construction activities. So there are a number of other, so basically what that's saying is that there are more, well, potentially more construction activities in addition to more vehicle movements in addition to the general construction activity. So the applicant's traffic routing strategy involves the use of both the local and strategic highways network. Highways England have been consulted in respect of the highways on the 1089 and the 813. The response from Highways England indicates no objection subject to pre-commencement conditions. In conclusion, both the planning obligations and conditions in the travel plan, including travel plan conditions, concluded that the residual impact of the development on the road network would be acceptable. With regards to other matters regarding landscape and ecology, impact to amenity, social, sports facilities, flood risk, ground contamination, and in energy and sustainability, there are no objections to these items, subject to a number of planning conditions. So in conclusion, the application proposes a sixth form entry secondary school comprising of a teaching block, indoor sports hall with associated changing room facilities, a number of outdoor sporting facilities, so that's 2 natural turf pitches, an artificial grass pitch, a single court mugger, which is a multi-games area, a double courts, multi-games area, and fencing around the site as well. In terms of greenbelt, the site is located within the greenbelt and comprises inappropriate development. There is also definitional harm to the greenbelt, as well as harm by way of loss of openness and harm to a number of purposes which the greenbelt serves. With regards to this officers are of the view that substantial weight should be attached to this harm, but has been concluded that the case for very special circumstances exists. With regards to highways, there is a residual impact of the development on the road network, and this would be acceptable subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement. Other matters have been considered acceptable. The application is therefore recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenna. If you could keep your screenshots up on screen there, that would be helpful, because I think we might have to go for a few of them. We'll go to Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that presentation, Kenna. It's pretty comprehensive, and thanks for that. I was just a little bit concerned. I mean, so first off, absolutely can't disagree with the need for further school provision. We know we're struggling for places, and you know, nobody's going to argue against the need for further school provision around the borough. Slightly concerned though that you mentioned that it doesn't fully meet the requirements of the MPPF, and if I understood it right, your own design consultant isn't 100% happy. So I'm wondering what steps the council is planning to take to address these shortfalls. I appreciate they did say there are you mentioned there are budget considerations, but surely we can't just go, oh, well, you're slightly short on budget, therefore, you know, we'll let you away with it. Are we doing anything to make sure that any shortfalls your design consultant, for instance, has identified will be addressed?
Chair, can I jump in there, because I think I'm going to give Jenna a little rest after that presentation.
Yeah, no worries, Matthew.
So Councillor Fletcher's raised the point about design, and this is an issue which does crop up on school developments. And if members who were serving on the committee in 2018 cast their mind back, the committee considered a new build secondary school at Purfleet, Harris Academy, which is now operational. We raised similar issues because, like the current scheme, that previous scheme was subject to a CABE design review and also comments from our own internal design advisor. And there is, as set out in the report, there is a bit of a tension, if you like, between what the MPPF says, which is all about enhancing the value of design and approving good design, and it's likely there will be a further change to the MPPF imminently, which will again push for good design. So there's potentially a tension between that policy objective and new school development, which, to put it bluntly, usually has a deadline for delivery and usually has fairly tight budget constraints. So what the report does is point out that tension. So yes, this has been through a CABE design review, and there were some criticisms. That's being open and honest. There were some criticisms of it, and our own council design advisor again made some observations and perhaps raised some concerns. It's a balance like everything else. So in the same way that my colleague Jenna mentioned the greenbelt balance and the harm to the greenbelt against the benefit of the scheme in delivering new school places, again, you've got to weigh up the overall design against the benefit of meeting a pressing need for new school places now. So in terms of what could be done, which is I think one of the points you made, Councillor Fletcher, well, I think the applicant is, or one of the applicant's representatives will speak, and it's probably the likely answer would be given the budgets which are set by national government here, Department for Education and the Education Funding Agency, given the budgets and given the timeline, because the school needs to be operational September 2022, there's probably not an awful lot which can be done in terms of adapting or changing the building now. But you've got to weigh that in the overall balance, which is the school is in temporary accommodation, literally round the back of the civic offices, next to the South East Essex College. It can't be there forever. There's a need for school places now, you know, not even factoring in future local plan growth. There's a pressing need now, and you've got to take that balance between, you know, the need and some of the shortfalls, because the scheme's never going to be perfect. So there are some shortfalls, but on balance, we've concluded that the benefit of delivering the school places outweighs some of the concerns about the scheme. So I hope that sort of answers that point.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. So if I understand it rightly, we're saying yes, there are areas where it won't quite 100% be up to what we like, but then showstoppers.
Yeah, and indeed, design to a degree can be subjective. I mean, you've seen the elevations of the building, and what the applicant is trying to do is use what's called modern methods of construction, so trying to prefabricate off-site as far as possible, because that can be more sustainable and it certainly keeps costs down. And we are seeing certain housing developers now looking at that as a model for housing delivery. So again, that's something to be factored in. So that's the short answer. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Matthew, and thanks, Ken.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potter, do you have a question?
Sorry, Chair, before we go on,
Yes, please.
we need to suspend standing orders.
Okay, thanks for that reminder there, Wendy. I'm happy to propose suspended standing orders to the end of the meeting. Is that agreed?
Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Okay, then. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 127, paragraph 5.15, and it says that Thurrock Council raised one objection. It's got objection in the singular, so they've raised one objection. Can someone clarify what that one objection was, please? Thank you.
Chair, I think I think I'll just jump in there because I don't know if Jenna might want to check on the sort of file copy, but paragraph 5.15, which I think is what Councillor Potter is referring to, was the consultation response from the council's in-house urban designer. So it is a singular. It's an objection in the singular. It's one objection from that officer. And obviously we've summarised it for the purposes of keeping the report as brief as we possibly can. So yeah, they've made suggested improvements to the scheme, and now a lot of I've seen those comments, and a lot of them were to do with matters such as an internal layout, the sort of teaching environment, etc., and how that would be experienced. And it's also fair to say, obviously, it's not just pupils who would experience this building. There is a condition which covers community use, and you'd expect a school building to be used by a wider population than just the school age population. So those are valid comments, and as I said, they particularly focus on elements such as the internal layout, some of the outdoor spaces, and it's fair to say, I think, that the site, you would have seen from the pictures, there are some challenges. Let's be honest about it. It's quite a sloping site. There's a fair amount of groundwork to be done to get the site into a usable state. But again, the answer I gave to Councillor Fletcher's point was, although yes, there are some concerns, they go into the mix and they go into the balance, just like everything else the planning committee does. And at the end of the day, you have to reach a balanced consideration, taking all factors into account. Now, the conclusion we've reached as officers is that despite some of the shortfalls, overall, the recommendation is you should be approving this application. So hopefully that answers that point.
Okay, thank you. All right then, I've got a couple of questions. So first and foremost, you've got a football pitch at the back there. an athletics track. There's quite a lot of excavation needed for those, obviously, to be on a flat surface. So we're confident that we're going to have no problems there with subsiding. Matt? Or
yeah,
Jenna?
Chair, yeah, Jenna can shoot me down if I get something wrong, but the report sets out there is quite a substantial change in levels. So from the top of the site, so the image you're seeing on the screen, Chadwell Road, all the way down to the bottom of the site, there's about a 26-metre fall in levels. So yes, there's a fair amount of groundworks which need to be undertaken. So that's a sort of cut and fill exercise. So you know, the higher parts of the site would be in essence reduced in levels, and then some of the lower levels would be built up, so you can get the gradients needed for playing pitches, for example. Sorry, the chair, I think the point you were making, Chair, was about well, actually, can you remind me what the point you were making, Chair? I've gone a bit off
The point
topic
is,
there.
obviously, that's at a steep decline, and there's going to be huge excavation works needed to obviously install them. And then I would imagine there's going to be quite a lot of pressure on them going forward over the years with subsidence. So we're confident that the excavation has been taken into account, and that we're not going to have any problems with subsidence on effectively what's quite a steep hill.
Yeah, I mean, the report mentions things like the HGV movements which would be associated with that exercise, because there is a net export of material, in point of fact. So some material is coming off the site, and that's why the local planning authority had to consult Highways England, because some of that material would go out onto the strategic road network, but subject to condition, Highways England don't object. There's also a flood. I'll get onto the subsidence thing in a minute if you bear with me. There's also, because levels change, there's also a flood risk issue, because one of the caveats within the MPPF is that development shouldn't increase flood risk elsewhere. So we've had to take that into account as well. And again, there are some conditions to control things like surface water drainage. On the question of subsidence, I mean, to form the sports pitches, and if you bear with me, because I'm going to jump around and look at the report, to form the sports pitches themselves, obviously we consult people like Sport England, because they do get very interested in how the pitches are formed, whether or not they're of a you know, to the standard. So I'm looking at condition 21, which is on page 165. That condition, so on the image in front of you, you've got on the lower part of the site, you've got an artificial pitch, which is the dark green, and you've got natural turf pitches. So condition 21 and probably 22 as well, they mention things like assessment of ground conditions, drainage. So it's not just the playing surface, it's what goes on underneath the playing surface, the sub layer, if you like. And sometimes with artificial pitches, you go down quite a way before you you get 2 or 3 sub bases before you actually get to the playing surface. So I don't think there's any danger of any properties off site being affected, because you can see on that image, basically the playing fields would be constrained by the road network. There are no properties which could be potentially affected by subsidence or even heave, which is the opposite of subsidence, where you get levels being pushed up and buildings being heaved up. So that, I don't necessarily think that was a problem. And looking at the conditions, certainly to do with the artificial pitches, the detail would require what the sub base is. Is it to the specified standard, so that the pitches would be good for use for a number of years. So I think that sort of addresses your point about subsidence. I think it's unlikely that would occur. Of course, it's a new school. There is a contractor who we believe has been appointed, and I know from personal experience they're, funny enough, knocking down and rebuilding my old school. which I run past fairly regularly. So it's a contractor who's familiar with that sort of development. I'm going to stop there because I think Steve Taylor's got his hand up.
Yeah, no, thanks. That does answer that. Yeah, pretty much what I'm saying there is, if we approve this evening, we can't be in a situation in a few years' time where it's a bad idea to build a football pitch and an athletics track on a very steep decline. Ultimately, the whole point of this school is that those pitches and that athletics field is accessible, and we can't be in a situation in a few years where we've got problems, or there's money constraints, or actually it's going to cost an extra $500,000 to build some foundations. So as long as you're confident everything's covered, I'm happy with that. I'll bring in Steve Taylor, then we'll go over to access. So Steve Taylor, come.
Unmute. I'm trying. That's it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there you
My apologies. It wouldn't unmute for some reason. I don't want to go miles off course. And Matt might be in a better position, or I'm not sure who to answer this. But looking at it, so this is on the left of it is the old Palmer's Girls' School, which, as far as I'm aware, is now a sixth form college. And this is a whole new proposal for a whole new sixth form college, literally wrapped round one that's already there. Do we know why it's a completely separate construction? If they're both sixth form colleges, I'm slightly confused why we'd do it that way, or why it would be developed that way. I don't know if anybody knows.
Chair, I'll just jump in again, and again, I might be corrected by colleagues if I'm wrong, but yeah, you're quite right. USP College, which was formerly Palmer's, is the northwestern part of that picture. It is a sixth form college, so it's for 16 to 18-year-olds. I think there might be a little bit of confusion here because this is a sixth form of entry secondary school, so it's actually the age groups it would cater for would be 11 to 16 as opposed to 16 to 18. So that's it is. I get confused about that. We all fall into that trap. But I mean, it's it's a fair point, and just anecdotally, it's a question officers have been sort of asking, which is, you have a school, you have a college, USP College, which has its own access, its own car parking, and we've sort of thought to ourselves, well, actually, would it be more efficient if there was some sharing of facilities, etc., etc. But I mean, ultimately, this would be an academy the development needs to stand on its own 2 feet. It needs to wash its own face with regards to car parking and access, etc., etc. Now, logically, what you would hope going forward is that somebody leaving that school, I forget the years. It's year 11, isn't it? When you take your GCSEs, because I took O levels. I'm an old school.
So did I.
So yeah, so somebody who potentially would leave the new school at age 16, year 11, you would hope logically they could just go next door, which would be a fairly efficient way of doing it. And as with all schools, because we know schools tend to adapt and grow over time because of changes in numbers and all the rest of it. I mean, potentially the new school we're looking at here, Thames Park, potentially could get its own sixth form. I know it's something a lot of schools are, and again, I'm going to mention my old school because they're knocking down and remodelling it. I mean, that looked at a new sixth form fairly recently. It's a wider decision.
No, I understand now, because that what was throwing me is I just didn't understand why you'd have a sixth form college wrapped around a sixth form college. But you've answered my question, because it's not a sixth form college. It's what I would have called a secondary school, I guess, in my era. So I understand it now. So thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Matt. Councillor Rice.
Oh, are we in debate now, Chair?
No, sorry, question still.
All right, I wanted to debate it.
Okay, yeah, no, we'll move on shortly. Councillor Salmons.
What would be the catchment area for this school? Because obviously in East Tilbury we have a lot of these, like the teenagers that go down to Palmer's, but transport links are a big concern for many parents because the buses that come in and out of an area such as East Tilbury are not, they're not really consistent with school times. So how are the children going to get transported to here? Say if somebody from East Tilbury wanted to send their child there.
Yeah, Chair, I'm going to jump in again because I think Jenna, who presented the item, I think she might be having connection problems. So I'll fill in as best I can. So I think Councillor Salmon made a point about catchment and about transport. Now I'm only going, this is anecdotal because I'm only going from my experience, but generally speaking, and because a lot of the schools now are academies, and they set their own admissions criteria, and you're probably aware of that. And from my experience of having two kids who've gone through that, it's usually the case that there's almost like a hierarchy of how school places are offered, but consistently from the schools I've seen, distance to the school is one of those entrance qualifications. So we know the school is operating temporarily on out of accommodation in the town centre. We know that the way that education organises its planning is based on geographical areas, and this is within the central school planning area, I think it is. So we were talking about the central area boroughs around about Grays. So I think putting two and two together is a fair chance that let's say the majority of the pupils would be drawn from the immediate Grays area. I don't think that's an unreasonable proposition. Now, going on to how kids would get there, I think that's something which pupils, I should say, I shouldn't use kids, how pupils would get there. That would be a matter which no doubt will interest a lot of members, because we know that schools sometimes can get busy at peak hours, and within the report we've tried to address that as best we can from sort of page 147 of the agenda on. So the site, well, I mean, you can see there, and members will know, USP College, there are bus stops locally. It's served by a number of bus routes. I think they're set out on page, I'll get to it in a minute. Well, they're set out in the report. There we go, paragraph 7.80. I mean, it's relatively well served by bus routes. We are talking about secondary school age pupils here. We are not I think there's a difference. It's fair to make a difference between secondary school pupils and how potentially they would get to the new school, and perhaps younger age groups, because I think the temptation for parents to drop off and pick up would be greater, let's say, with a primary school. So what we are talking about slightly older pupils, and we are talking about a site which is relatively well served by public transport. If you want to get into if you want to get into the detail about levels of parking, how access would work, I'm happy to try and to answer that. But on your point about admissions, well, the school sets their own policies. It would be up to the Board of Governors to set their own policies here, but it's usually the case that catchment and distance from the school would be one of those criteria.
Yeah, I just need to jump in there, because what happens when they start the admissions, parents have to put a choice, I think, up to 5 schools now. So obvious, they put the nearest schools, and sort of the further schools is sort of the bottom of their list. But once the schools are filled, they're filled, aren't they? So unfortunately, more and more parents are having to sort of send their children to schools that maybe aren't their first choice. In fact, in some cases, it might be their fifth choice. But even to get Palmers from an area like East Tilbury has not proved that good, because you are dependent, I mean, especially with Palmers, the kids do random times for different courses, and the bus service doesn't always coincide with that. Well, bearing in mind, most of these people wouldn't drive, and that there's two main roads here, both Marshall and the road that will go up to the school and college. So is there provision for school transport, bus parking in that development?
Yeah, I think a point of, we're getting into a detailed point about transport and about accessibility. Now, I think that the distinction I would make here is that the proposal is for a secondary school as opposed to a sixth form college. Now, you'd expect a sixth form college to have a much wider catchment. I know I don't live in Thurrock, I live in the next borough in London, and I know that my kids went to the sixth form college, which serves the whole of Havering, because they draw from a wider catchment. So there is a distinction to be made between what USP College does and what this school would do, because you'd expect them to draw from a much tighter geographical area. I think in terms of how kids would get to the school, how we would control that through planning conditions, we might as well get into some of that detail now. So there is on-site car parking. And one of the plans which we had up on the screen showed the allocation. So there would be, and on page 148 of the agenda, it shows the split. There's 93 car parking spaces in total on site, and that's a split between staff and visitors. But there are a number of drop-off and pick-up spaces, 18 in total. I've mentioned accessibility by bus routes, and there are, as I said, on paragraph 7.80 of the report, there are a number of bus routes which run past the site along Chadwell Road and along Woodview. In point of fact, because I know from the other items which members have been discussing so far this evening, there's been a fair amount of debate about car parking and is it enough or isn't it enough. Now, in this case, we have assessed it against our draft standards, and I would emphasise the word they are draft standards from 2012, so they might be slightly out of date. But what our draft standards say for this development is that actually it should be providing no more than about 60 spaces. Now it's 93, so in our view, it's very, very, very generous in terms of on-site car parking, and there are dedicated bays for drop-off and pick-up. So I think that point about how, if kids came there by car, what would they do? Well, they would be able to get onto the site, do that drop-off, pick-up, and then leave the site. You would expect a certain number of kids, of course, to walk there if the catchment's fairly local, and you'd expect a certain number of kids, I keep on saying kids, I mean pupils, a certain number of pupils to jump on the bus because of the age group we're talking about, 14, 15, 16-year-old pupils. I used to walk to school, maybe that was, maybe that was just me, but I used to walk. So putting all that together, and there are a number of planning conditions we are suggesting, as well as a planning obligation under section 106, which would be to enable the local highways authority to amend the parking controls locally. But if you look at pages 160, 161 of the agenda, we've got conditions there about site access details, off-site highway works, a school travel plan, because of course a travel plan would encourage pupils to come to school by more sustainable modes of transport, a car parking management condition. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 conditions there during operation, in addition to things like the condition 8, which is about how highways would be affected during the construction phase. you've got a 106 obligation and you've got 4 planning conditions, which would address the point about transportation and highways.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go, Councillor Lawrence.
Hi, have we got, are we making it part of the application that it will never be a sixth form for 12 and 13, for year 12 and 13? Or is that something they could change to later on?
Chair, the application before you is for a secondary school, 6 classes per year for the 5 year groups. So there's no intention at the moment for a sixth form. I was perhaps suggesting anecdotally that schools do change.
So is it that we've got no guarantee that later on in a few years' time they might want to start doing years 12 and 13?
Well, if they do, Chair, and that necessitated an extension to the school building or adaptations to the school building, then there would be, it would be subject to planning permission. So in the normal way, a planning application would be made and potentially could be presented to this planning committee. But as things stand, there's no intention. All I'm saying is that I know schools, because there is pressure on places and pupils are staying on longer, clearly, to get better qualified. So there could be a possibility further down the track that the school might want to do that. That's a decision for them. If they adapt the building, extend the building, they'll need to make a planning application.
Right, okay then. Just my concern is with the parking, and when they get to teenage years, I know it makes sense that they should get the bus and so forth, but if anyone's got teenage daughters, if they're straightening their hair in the morning, they don't want to go out in the pouring down of rain, they want to lift off of mum or dad to drop them off backwards and forwards. And when you do start getting to groups 12 and 13, they've got their own cars. They'll be wanting to drive there themselves and park up all day. My daughter's at sixth form at Chafford and it's an absolute nightmare. A lot of them can drive, they can't take their own cars, and the people that live round nearby, they've got cars parked up left, right and centre. Sometimes it takes me 40 minutes just to get down one road because it's gone down to one way because all the cars are parked on the side of the road and you can't walk there. So as much as we need this, I think we should take into consideration that we need lots of room for people to come and go.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Lawrence. Actually, that brings me on to my next point. Matt, can you, I don't know, can you get the presentation up for us? Can you get it up on the screen?
I'll try, Chair. I think yeah, I'm looking at my phone and trying to make sense of what's going on in the background. I think my colleague's lost connection. So if I try and open this share tray, you have to bear with me. Right, hang on. Right, I don't know if you're seeing that, Chair.
Yeah, I am. That's perfect, Matt.
Right,
Can you take me to the parking management plan, please?
Sure. Oh, sorry, too far. There we go.
Perfect. Yeah, that will do. That's absolutely fine. So a couple of comments, Matt. So first and foremost, obviously this is a school that's going to have 900 students. I get what you were saying in terms of the draft parking standards. I have mentioned it to you before. I'll mention it again that yes, this is 93 spaces, which is well and above the standard of 60. I'm pretty much of the firm belief that whilst that's well above what our standard says, it's probably still not enough 93. Obviously, there's been a lot of effort and energy into the school drop-off and pick-up point, which within the boundaries of the red line, I think is relatively okay. But I think the reality of the situation is that most parents, or at least half of them, won't go in there, and they won't go in there with the fear of not being able to come back out. They'll probably only be in there for a minute, 2, 3, but that's probably still too much. Now, in terms of schools that we've had around for 50, 60, 70 years, it's absolutely a nightmare pick up and drop off. And I understand that because obviously cars have come about in that time. But really, for me, what I'm nervous about is that is a very busy road. A little bit just up the road, when you look at Palmer's, there's a lot of parents that will drop their kids off at the school. And I'm ever so slightly disappointed that there's a lot of grass verge there. There's a lot of road, there's a lot of grass verge, and we don't really appear to have utilised that. You could have had a couple of lay-bys there, which would have been really helpful. So much is the case that I know time's up against us. I know we're desperate for this school. I think if time wasn't of the essence, I'd be minded to say, look, go away and come back with a lay-by. But obviously, it's not the direction I'm going to head in this evening, because I understand the importance of getting these students inside a school that they can call their own. So going forward, we must be aware that parents are going to park up on the side of the road, just like they do with Palmer's. What can be done to mitigate against that? Now, I'm not talking about sending the enforcement officers in. I'm not talking about double yellow lines, no double yellow lines. Really, what I want to see is what can be done on those grass verges, which are absolutely huge, to potentially put in lay-bys at a future date, as to not block up the traffic on Woodview, which is going to happen. There's no question of that they are going to block up that road if we don't put in further mitigation. Julian, I can see your hands up. Do you want to come in there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can understand why you think potentially we should be looking at parking off street in that area, but that unfortunately the visibility displays for that access are through those grass verges. In addition, we wouldn't want additional movement outside of the school entrance, particularly car movements in the region as of the Toucan crossing, or within the region of the manoeuvre where vehicles will be manoeuvring to go into the junction of Woodview and Chadwell Road. It would be inappropriate. In terms of what's been provided, there are originally we're only going to be about half a dozen spaces within the school for picking and dropping off. We like yourself had concerns about the potential parking on the main road. That is why we've asked for additional spaces to be provided for picking up and dropping off within the site, because that is a lot safer than dropping the children off on the highway. And also we've asked for a car park management ban, in terms of the school look at introducing a time periods for particular year groups to come into the school and pick up and drop off, so that avoids congestion, and also having that one-way system round the parking also avoids congestion, and that is properly managed by the school. I understand your thoughts on the verges, and it was something that that we thought of, because that was something similar to the Harris Academy in Purfleet. But we just felt that in terms of highway safety, it wouldn't be ultimately safe to have movements within crossing movements and within turning movements within the junctions.
Okay, and what about Harris Academy coming along in terms of access? I understand it was quite poor when it first opened. I thought it was a nightmare down there. How's it looking now?
I can't be honest. I can't be 100% sure. But the last time I visited the Harris Academy, I haven't actually visited it at school time, so I don't know what the situation is. But that obviously that is slightly different as well, because they have a school transport system as well. But I can't honestly say. I've never been there at school time to see what the situation is. But from correspondence, I can't say that we've had anything that, as the development transport team, regarding issues of school traffic at that location. We have at lots of other schools, but not necessarily at the Harris in Purfleet. The Harris in Chafford 100. Yeah, I agree. We, like Councillor Lawrence, we have had some issues about parking in that area, but the new school that was developed in Purfleet, no, that as far as aware, we haven't had any correspondence in regards to parking issues at that site.
Okay, thank you. So, Yeah, obviously, I'm taking on board what you're saying. I think we probably have to agree to disagree with the effectiveness of what a lay-by would be just outside the red line. Personally, I think it's going to be a problem. I'm very, very nervous about it. That is a very busy road. It's Woodview. I think we'll probably at a later date have to come back and revisit that. I just think it should be acknowledged here this evening before it's given approval that that there's going to be issues there. But we may have to, if there's nothing that can be done, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Councillor Byrne.
Yes, listening to some of the questions before, does this application not clearly state we will not apply for a sixth form college?
Chair, the proposal doesn't include a sixth form, and you've got to bear in mind there is a sixth form college adjacent. So although I've sort of mentioned it anecdotally, you might want to take a reasonable view about whether or not with a sixth form college next door, it's reasonable to assume that the school would want that in the future. It's probably doubtful. But the key point is the proposal in front of you is for 5 years of entry. So that's year groups 7 to 11 with no sixth form.
Sorry, the question was, does the application clearly say we will not apply for a sixth form college?
Chair, no, it doesn't do the negative, it does the positive, which it sets out what it is applying for. So bear with me while I jump through paperwork. But yeah, it's a new sixth form entry secondary school, and the description of the proposal, so page 1, 2, 3 of the agenda, paragraph paragraph 2.2, page 1, 2, 3. It's a sixth form of entry, 6 classes of entry, year group 7, 11. Sixth form for year groups 12 to 11 is not proposed, so it's not on the table before you tonight.
Thank you. So that's a yes then. It is not in their application. They will say they will not apply for sixth form college. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So we do have a speaker here this evening in relation to this. It's a speaker on behalf of the applicant. That's Paul Griffiths. Paul, did you want to come in and present your statement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you for allowing.
Oh, I've lost contact there. Is anyone hear Paul?
No.
Look at that, he's waiting nearly 4 hours and he freezes as soon as he says a couple of words. Wendy, do you want to see if you can make contact? Cheers.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just going to try and get him back in somehow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can do. Thank you.
Hello, I'm afraid I got pushed out of the meeting for some reason. I hope you can hear me now. Could somebody put their hand up just to say they could hear me?
Yeah, Paul, I can hear you. That's a lot clearer now. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I am sorry I got pushed out of the meeting like that. In 2016, we made an application to the Department for Education through what's called their free school programme to set up an 11 to 16 secondary school in Grays. This application was fully supported by this authority as your pupil place planning document forecasted a significant shortage of secondary school places, mainly in the Grays locality in the coming years. As a well-respected, successful and financially viable trust, we wanted to offer the families and community of Grays the same high level of secondary education that we offered in our substantially oversubscribed St. Clair's Secondary School in Stamford-le-Hope, which is the sister school, obviously, of Thames Park. The two main feeder schools for Thames Park are in Grays, and both these communities are actually in walking distance to the site. Working in partnership with Thurrock, we identified future employment needs in the borough, and that we could provide for pupils of Thames Park, and the skills and knowledge that they would be offered the best opportunities to seek employment in the local area. The school's unique focus will therefore be digital education and the use of artificial intelligence platforms that will prepare pupils for the changing world ahead of them. During the past 5 years, the positive engagement of the DFE, officers of the local authority and councillors of Thurrock has enabled us to identify a suitable site that is within travelling distance for the families of Grays. The detailed site options analysis was completed by the DFE, working with us and your officers to go through the sites one by one to identify the most suitable. This open and transparent and collaborative working relationship built by all parties enabled us to agree that this is the most suitable site with regards to locality, suitability and size required for a secondary school. This strength of this ongoing relationship continues to drive the project. The site that is presented to you this evening is the best and the only option for the DFE to invest over £22 million to build our secondary school to serve the community of Grays. We are working very closely with the main contractors, Boma and Kirkland, and the DFE on the design of the new school, and we feel the educational principles and digital vision that drive the project have been keenly thought through, so this project offers more than just a state-of-the-art school, but a community facility that serves the local area and enhances the landscape in which it sits. The design and build of the school has been worked on within the constraints imposed by the DFE new build guidance. I am pleased to say that Thames Park successfully opened its doors to its new intake of pupils in September 2020 in the temporary accommodation that's been spoken of this evening, which has been funded by this authority. A second cohort of children will join the school in September 2021, taking the current building to its maximum capacity in the centre of Grays. It is therefore imperative that this new build goes ahead without delay, so that current and future pupils of the school have a facility in which they can increase their life chances through their education. I would cordially request members to support this application this evening, and thank you for listening to me.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that speaker statement. Now, just before we go into the debate, are there any further questions? Councillor Rice, do you have a question or do you want to go into debate?
Debate, Chair.
Okay, just briefly before we go into debate, Matt, on the, you can obviously, there are two parts to this site. There's part A and part B. I don't wish to be too picky, but there's a pathway and it's a zigzag pathway. I assume that's because of the sort of steepness of the two parts of the site. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair. I mean, I've stopped sharing screen, but your recollection is correct. There is a zigzag. Yes, it reflects the change in level. It's probably, I mean, just thinking out loud, it's probably to get the required gradients for to be compliant with DDA, disability regulations and all the rest of it. So that's why it's zigzag. So if somebody's got a mobility issue, the gradient would be in accordance with the regulations. But it's a function of the ground level changes, yes.
Yeah, I understand that. The only reason I raise it is because I have issues in my ward where what people do, instead of using the pathway, they walk across the grass, and it just looks really untidy and horrible. So yeah, I get that zigzagging, but I wonder if anything can be done there because it's just going to look untidy. Obviously, something the school probably could manage, but there's no way youngsters are going to zigzag down to that field. They're going to walk across the grass. So I think it's just something to be aware of, and if anything could be done there, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, Chair, just quickly, I don't want to labour the point. I hear exactly what you're saying, and I'm fairly sympathetic. I'm probably, again, I'm looking at planning conditions because there will be a condition to cover. I'm looking at the wrong report. It's been that sort of evening. Hang on a second. There will be, I'm thinking out loud, there will be a condition to cover landscaping, which it would include details of hard landscaping as well as soft landscaping. Obviously, the applicant is on the call. So when it comes to discharging that condition, which I'm looking for, I can't necessarily find it, but I'm sure it's there. So we can maybe think about, whether or not there's a shortcut. So I take the point. Yeah, you don't want the grass messed up, because pupils will take the shortcut. So maybe we can think about when it comes to discharging the planning condition.
Yeah, it's just in general. It's not just pupils. I think anyone would do it, being realistic. And then one last question before we go into debate. That access at the bottom of the school, it's Marshfoot Road on the A126. I imagine that's probably quite an undesirable drop-off point. Two reasons: one, it's quite a busy road. There's nowhere really to pull over and park, and two, they've got to walk up a long, big hill. But are you anticipating, are there any traffic measures down at that point just to make sure that youngsters aren't any additional risk down there? Because effectively, it's quite a busy road in an unresidential area.
Yeah, Chair, I'll defer to whatever Julian might want to say on the. He's just put his hand up. You're quite right. I think it's at the bottom of the slope. It's just off of that roundabout junction, which is fairly busy. I can't remember off the top of my head whether or not there are parking controls there. I should know because I've been on site fairly recently, but it's gone completely out of my head. It's shown as a secondary pedestrian-only access. Now, because of its distance from the main school building and because you have to go up the slope, it might not be as used as perhaps it was intended to be or is intended to be. Julian will comment on the detail there, about parking controls, etc.
Yeah, go ahead, Julian. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Partly the access is in the bottom because obviously I think has been pointed out the main catchment for the school is going to be Grays, and obviously those in the part of Little Thurrock might potentially want to walk from that area to school. So in terms of controls, there aren't any at the moment, but we will be putting parking controls in there to stop inappropriate parking at that location.
Yeah, okay, no, that sounds good. And obviously going forward, as I said before, if it's not going to be that used, I don't think a lay-by would hurt down there, but it's probably something we can look at a later date. Okay, Councillor Rice, did you want to start debating?
Yes, certainly, Chair. Well, I must say the department have done a good job here. A new secondary school costing 22 million is to be welcomed and is very much needed in the Grays, the lower park Grays. And dare I say it, could even be Chapel St Mary, because the school along the Marshfoot Road is full to the brim. So I think this is an excellent project and should be commended, and I hope everyone supports it this evening.
Okay, thank you. Was there any further comments? No. Okay then. All right then. So it looks like we could probably move to a vote. Lee Nicholson, just before we get to the vote, obviously I too want to approve this evening, but I am slightly nervous over Woodview. I would like some sort of condition in there that the traffic management system will be monitored, and if it does turn out to be a problem, I think I would like the council to look into that at a later date. What I don't want to do, I don't want to approve this evening and then it becomes a problem. What I want to do is I want to approve it this evening with the acknowledgement that it may be a problem, and that if it is a problem, it will be addressed. Therefore, the responsibility is formed. So just some form of condition to monitor that. How does that sound?
Thank you, Chair. Well, there's a number of conditions that are in the report and in the recommendation, and Matthew's stepped through some of those, and obviously Julian's fed into that. I'm sure that we can look to amend the condition, at least one of those conditions to reflect that point, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just as long as there's some form of acknowledgement, just so there's something for us to hold on to when or if it becomes a problem. Hopefully it's not a problem. I just personally think it will be. Councillor Lawrence.
I do agree with almost all what you're saying, Chair, but I don't think we should wait for it to be a problem later on, because I think it is going to be a problem with the parking. And like you said earlier, with the verges, I'm sure something could be done. while this is all going ahead now, not wait for the problem to start. Anyone, I think, with a bit of common sense knows this is going to be trouble for parents going backwards and forwards. So I think it would be good if we could make it part of the planning condition, that for it to go ahead, that they start working straight away to make it so parents can drop off easily, because I think it's going to be causing hassle for everybody.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, Councillor Lawrence. I mean, I'm of the opinion that I get what you're saying, and I appreciate you backing me up there. I just think that this is one of those scenarios we're in where we really do need this project, I think, to get off the ground. But I do think with that condition in there, why I want it in there is so we will be onto it very, very quickly if it becomes a problem, and that what we will have is an acknowledgement that actually it is our responsibility to get it fixed at a later date if it becomes a problem. So I do think it's something that we can get onto pretty quickly. The only reason I'm not agreeing with your ideas of implementing that now is that the officers have already sort of suggested, look, that's not possible this evening. What's in front of us is in front of us. So yeah, that's all I would say. I'm confident the condition will.
Yeah, but if we have cuts or anything in the future, will there be any money in the pot to be able to do this, or is it just going to be left on the back shelf?
Well, I mean, effectively, I'm the local councillor for that area, or it's just on my border. So it's something that I'm going to be on top of, and I am aware that there is always that risk, but I think it's just going to be a case that we'll see how it goes. So I understand the difficulty that you've got in that. Okay, sorry, but thank you.
Chair, if that's in your ward, so the parents will be on to you. So we'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, just on the border, but I'll take responsibility just for the time being. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. I just put my hand down. I think, yeah, we've said all we've got to say. So, yeah, it's probably worth us moving on to the vote now.
Okay, Matt Gallagher, you got your hand up before we go to the vote?
Yeah, just two very quick things. So on the condition, I think Lee just mentioned we could probably adapt either the car parking management condition to include some sort of clause about monitoring, or indeed it could be the travel plan condition. Potentially the plan, but yeah, there is a mechanism just on the lay-by, and I do hear what members are saying about the lay-by out front, and Julian did touch upon it. I think there are probably very good reasons why there would be limitations to in the amount of car parking, if indeed any car parking or car parking could provide in the lay-by. One, because of sight lines, because any lay-by parking on Chadwell Road would impede sight lines, so that potentially is a road safety issue. And also the applicant the applicant will have to undertake a number of off-site highway works. That includes things like a toucan crossing, changing the speed limit, changing road markings. There would be the zigzag road markings outside the site. So again, trying to put lay-by parking in an area where you've got sight lines, you've got zigzag, you've got those sorts of things going on the highway starts to become almost counterproductive to a point. So, but I do hear what members are saying, but there might be very good highway reasons why that becomes difficult.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, what I think is going to have to happen here, Matt, is we're going to have to allow things to progress as they are, and we're just going to have to see how things work out at the time, and then probably draw swords if and when Woodview becomes a bit blocked up. But let's see how things go. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I am. Right. So Councillor Rice, you've proposed. Councillor Fletcher, you were happy to second that? Yeah.
I'm happy to second, Chair. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So there's a recommendation on page 157, which is a 9.1. That is a recommendation for approval. I'm just going to go to that page now. I'll tell you what we'll do, as we've done before, just to keep things moving. All those in favour, if you could show me your hands on the screen. I'll put my hand up as well. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm after Councillor Rice. Yeah, Perfect. All right. Okay. So that's 9 votes in favour of the Thames Park School, Chadwell Road. Yeah, obviously a good news story. Obviously, it's a very, very impressive school trust. So obviously, some fantastic success there with St Clair's. So I've got every belief that this is going to be a very good project. We'll keep an eye on that traffic management. It's always going to be difficult outside of school, so we'll see where we end up. But thank you, officers. Thank you, everyone involved, and onwards and upwards. Which then takes us on to, I'll just repeat that, application reference 20/01273/FUL. Agenda item 10 has been approved, which now takes us on to the last 2 items on the agenda. Councillor Potter, is your hand still raised? No, it's gone. That's fantastic. Okay,
It's
so
gone there. Thanks very much.
brilliant. All right then. So let's go on to the last 2 items. I assume they might not be too long, so we could probably crack through if everyone's happy to. This takes us on to Fiddler's Reach 20/00290/FUL, and that can be found on pages 173 to 194.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can everyone see the screen okay? Councillor Kelly, can you see the screen?
Yeah, that's
Hello?
fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
fine. It's fine.
Thank you. Okay, so this application is for Fiddler's Reach, and it's for a truck stop, which is a sui generis use comprising 207 HGV parking spaces, 2 HGV fueling facilities, 4 HGV wash facilities, restaurant, wash facilities for HGV drivers and associated office facilities. The red line shows the application site, with the blue line showing the wider Fiddler's Reach site, which is between Grays and West Thurrock. To the west of the site is the commercial and industrial estate set out around Headley Avenue. To the east is the residential estate along Hastings Close, whilst the north of the site is bounded by a railway line and the River Thames is directly to the south. The site is located within a designated primary industrial and commercial area. It's also within flood zone 3, although it is within an area with flood defences. Okay, this slide, this aerial photograph, you can see the wider site situated centrally here with the hard standing and level site as previously approved in 2018. So next is the proposed site layout. So the entire site has planning permission for the use of the land to employment uses falling within classes B1C, B2 and B8 of the use class order. As a sui generis use, the truck stop needs additional planning permission. The development would be located within lots 4 and 5 of the site-wide permission. These plots would be combined to provide the new truck stop, the majority of which would consist of HGV parking. The associated facilities are situated towards the southeast of the site, so around here. There's also a car parking area with 20 spaces located here to the east of the site and accessed separately from the HGV parking area. HGV access and egress would be from the northern boundary of the site, where there's an associated gatehouse and office. The proposal would represent a separate permission from the extant site-wide permission. However, the proposed truck stop would utilise hard-standing roads and utility connections approved by the earlier permission. In functional terms, the current proposals would need to be consistent with plans and approved details relating to the 2018 permission. As a result, the proposal will be subject to similar relevant conditions imposed on the original permission. Okay, the next slide. So this is the facilities building, which is in the southeast of the site. So it will be accommodated within a modern asymmetric structure, which will be constructed from shipping containers. The building will contain amenity features such as truck drivers, shower, WC accommodation, a canteen, and ancillary office accommodation. Okay, this is a photo of the site from the outside, from Headley Avenue. And to summarise, the site is within a designated primary industrial and commercial area where sui generis uses are considered acceptable if they support commercial uses and where there is a need. The truck stop and associated facilities would not lead to any significant additional harm in terms of highways amenity or to flood risk when compared with the site-wide permission for the Class B employment generating uses. The site is a brownfield site, complies with planning policies and provides HGV parking facilities which are required in the area. Planning conditions will control the routing of HGVs, with most routing through Headley Avenue, although there is an allowance for tankers to be able to leave via Woodham Road to access the New Star facility directly, which actually save HGV movements from if they were leaving via Headley Avenue. The application also ensures a local business is retained in the borough, as the applicants, Purfleet Truck Wash, are relocating from land within part of the Purfleet regeneration area. To conclude, the recommendation is to approve with conditions which are in 8.0 of the report. There is an additional condition to be added regarding compliance with the submitted flood warning and evacuation plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucy, for that report. So just going over some of the basics, most of the HGVs are going to be going down Headley Avenue, with only the tankers accessing via Woodham Road, which is obviously going to be a positive. I would like, obviously, we're going to need to keep a close eye on HGVs down Woodham Road. What makes me nervous is the address is actually Woodham Road. And when HGV drivers put in their sat-navs, they're going to put in the Woodham Road address. Now, I understand that a lot of them are going to be contractors, so it's probably not going to be that much of a problem, but it's certainly something that we need to keep an eye on. And yeah, that's all I've got to add. So if the address could be amended, I think that would be helpful. Are we confident that HGVs won't become a problem on Woodham Road?
Yeah, I've checked with the applicant and they use an app-based system where the truck drivers have to book in before turning up at the site, and that has the correct directions on. But should members be concerned, the applicant has said that they would be happy to amend the address to Headley Avenue. So I'm not sure of the actual process around that in kind of street naming and numbering, but that is something that they would be happy to do.
Yeah, it sounds good. As long as we can keep a close eye on it and protect that part of London Road. Obviously, I understand with the tankers, that's very efficient with them accessing that sort of the Askew area. But yeah, just something that if we can keep a close eye on. I think if it was your average regular truck stop, I'd be more nervous. But as it's a pre-booked system, hopefully there shouldn't be any problems there. I don't think I've got anything else to add, but I'll bring in Councillor Potter, then Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I noticed that the truck stop is a sui generis, and luckily I studied Latin at grammar school, and sui generis means of its own kind. So does that mean it's going to be like a peculiar one-off truck stop that we don't usually see?
No, Councillor Potter. It's the use classes order and the way that's set out. So someone in central government has basically decided that any truck stop falls within the sui generis use. So it's a standard operation.
Okay, thanks very much.
Excellent. And then we'll go to Councillor Lawrence and Steve Taylor.
Right, thank you, Lucy. I take it that there's going to be a new road that's going to be joining into Headley Avenue. And if it is, can we ensure that this is going to be done first before everything else goes ahead?
Yeah, I visited the site yesterday, and the road is in place already in terms of the access for this application. So that is already there as part of the site-wide 2018 application.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, good question, Councillor Lawrence. I asked that earlier on in the pre-brief, but yeah, no, it's good that is yeah, well underway. Steve Taylor.
Hi, Lucy. Thanks, Chair. Hi, Lucy. Probably I'm asking the same question. Maybe I just missed what you said, but are we saying that they can't go out down Walden Road? Traffic can't go that way?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Oldham.
So basically, yeah, there's with the whole Fiddler's Reach site, it's deemed for obvious reasons very important that all HGVs should leave via Headley Avenue.
Okay.
But with tankers who are a big user of Purfleet truck wash, their first pickup is New Star Terminal.
Yeah.
So for those specific vehicles, so they wouldn't be accessing in, it would only be accessing out.
Yeah.
For just a more kind of efficient operation.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I can understand the logic of that, but I guess if one does it, then I'm not quite sure how they'd monitor that. But okay, that's the principle at least is in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Julian might want to come in there.
He might. Yeah. In fact, that would be.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Steve. There are actually going to be two gates. So there's going to be a gate just to the east of the truck stop access, which will be controlled by the truck stop. So it will only allow the tankers to use that route that are going to the New Star. So any other vehicles that try to, from the truck stop, try to cage their way out, and just to double get that, also to stop the other lorries on the remainder of the site trying to do the same thing, because obviously they're to the east of the gate. There's going to be another gate just before you go onto Woodham Road, which again is going to be controlled by the truck stop site. So they will only allow a tanker out of either gate. They won't allow any other HGVs off the site. All the other HGVs will have to go out via Headley Avenue and will be controlled by the truck stop in doing so.
Thanks, Julian. So that's obviously been well and truly thought through and dealt with, which I'm pleased to hear.
Oh yeah, it took me about 6 months of trying to get them to understand that we didn't want any other lorries going out via Woodham Road.
I bet it did, and well done. Congratulations for cracking it. My second question, Lucy, when the building that they're putting up as the sort of services centre for the showers and so on, did you say it's built out of containers?
Yeah, it's shipping containers kind of put together in a modern asymmetrical format, which I think is quite nice and appropriate for the location.
Yeah, I suppose I follow the thinking. I don't know. I perhaps would have thought it might be nice to put a nicer building there for guys that, you know, once every few days get an opportunity to go and have a shower and sit down and have something nice to eat to get away from a container. But if that's what the design is, that's what the design is. It just struck me as a bit. It almost looks very cheapskate, and you know, I'm sure it's not, but it just looks that way to me. All right, thanks, Lucy.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so we do have a speaker statement on this item this evening, and that's a statement of support from Matthew Wood, who's the agent. Matthew, are you with us? And if so, would you like to present your speech?
Good evening, hi there, members. The applicant purchased Purfleet Truck Wash and Lorry Park in 2008 in the recession and have since grown the truck park to where it is today, an award-winning company that employs over 25 staff. The current truck park has been located at Botany Way, Purfleet for 12 years now. However, the applicant has always had the Purfleet regeneration programme hanging over their head, and this has made it very difficult for them to grow their business and settle, as the lease with the council has a 6-month break clause, which has created significant uncertainty for them. The applicant has finally found suitable premises at Fiddler's Reach, and their plan is to move onto the premises and build a bespoke office block and move associated plant equipment over and sustainably grow the existing business. With this move, the applicant hopes to generate another 20 local jobs, taking them up to 45 members of staff in total. With the Purfleet regeneration programme being inevitable now, the applicant has become increasingly worried that they are not going to find a suitable place for them to move their business to in time if this planning application is not granted this evening. This would only leave them with one alternative: to close the doors on their business that has been built from the bottom with all the hard work that has come from them and all their staff. This would be tragic for them and the local economy. The applicant has worked collaboratively and extensively with the council's highways officer to agree the relevant highway related aspects of the proposal, including as part of recent variations to the associated 2018 permission covering the whole site. These details have been agreed with the council's highways officer, who raises no objection to the proposals subject to associated conditions which the applicant agrees to. Importantly, this would ensure that the empty tankers leaving the site could directly access the nearby New Star terminal without the 11-kilometre route that would be needed to access the same facility from Headley Avenue, which is a far less sustainable option. Again, the council's highway officer supports this approach subject to conditions, ensuring that no adverse impact on the Devonshire Road junction will prevail. Conditions controlling the hours of use of the site and HGV movements along Woodham Road would also ensure that such proposals would not adversely impact on neighbouring residential amenity considerations. The council's EHO has also raised no objection to the proposals, including in this respect. As set out within the committee report, the proposals are fully acceptable in all other respects, including no objections from statutory consultees or the receipt of any neighbour representations, as confirmed by officers within their committee report. In conclusion, these detailed proposals represent a sustainable and policy compliant form of development on the site, which would secure the long-term future of this important and prosperous local business, whilst generating much needed new employment. Therefore, such proposals are in line with adopted local plan policy and the relevant provisions of the NPPF. Therefore, we respectfully request that members support officers' positive recommendation and grant detailed planning permission for this development accordingly. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for that presentation. All right then, so if there's no further questions, we can go into debate. Did anyone have anything to say before we go to the vote? No, okay. No, I'll just before we head to that recommendation, which is found on pages 186, which is recommendation 8.0 for approval. Obviously, as a huge volume of work has taken place to get this application to us. The applicant has been very good, listened very much so with what Julian and the Highways team have said, and ultimately, yeah, it looks like it ticks all the right boxes. And it looks like it's going to be the perfect fit for that location. Councillor Lawrence, did you have anything else to add?
Yes, Chair. I would just like to say that I'm for this application, and it's about time we started looking after our lorry drivers. After all, we need them with all keeping our food going and everything, and all the services what we've needed, especially the past year or so, what we've all been going through. And I know an awful lot of people moan about them, but they do need somewhere to park and stop and rest. So we've got to start taking care of them.
Yeah, no, Councillor Lawrence, that's absolutely fantastic. You are completely right there. We are a massive HGV industry here in Thurrock. We're blessed to have 2 super ports, and we've got also ports along Purfleet and all our industry. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Much to be welcome, this new facility. It will take the pressure off our lay-bys and our roads and give the lorry drivers a place to actually stop and actually have a place to go and then get some food and have a wash, which is most important. Highly recommend it.
Okay, fantastic. So, Councillor Lawrence, I assume you'll be happy to recommend approval, which is on page 186, and Councillor Rice, I'm sure you'll be happy to second that.
Yes, certainly.
As we've been doing tonight, if you're in favour of the application, recommendation 8.0 on 186, please show me your hands digitally. Right, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, Wendy, I've got 9 votes of approval there, which is unanimous. So we can say that application 20/00290/FUL has been, Fiddler's Reach has been approved, which now takes us on to the last item of the evening, which is agenda item 12. That's Claylands, 186 Branscombe Avenue. And Nadia, I understand you'll be presenting the last report. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. I think there's a little bit of interference.
Yeah.
I'll share my screen now and I'll keep this as brief as possible for everybody involved. Right, so this application has been called in for determination by committee to consider the proposal or the application on the grounds that the business use has been running for over a year, causing unreasonable noise and residential amenity impact to the immediate area. The application site relates to Claylands at 186 Branscombe Avenue in the Homesteads ward. The application site comprises of a single-storey dwelling house with a garage and outbuilding and off-street parking to the frontage. There is one vehicle access way in front of the garage and a second access without a formal drop curb. The application seeks permission to change the use of the property from a C3 dwelling house to a dual use as a dwelling house and nursery use. The application has been submitted following enforcement complaints relating to the unauthorised use of the dwelling as a day nursery known as Rose Buddies. Following enforcement investigations, the applicants stated that they had been operating as an independent childminder from home, but have been looking to expand to a more formal child daycare nursery business use from the premises, whilst continuing to use the site of the applicant's home. Given the intensification of the childcare use, compared to what was previously an informal activity operating from the dwelling house, the applicant submitted a planning application in the attempt to regularise the activity. The applicant currently uses the outbuilding at the property for the day nursery use for more formal day nursery activities, as well as for messy play type activities. Several of the ground floor rooms in the house, predominantly the kitchen, dining room and living room areas, were also used along with the garden area. The applicant has 10 children of up to school starting age, which are looked after and operates from 7 AM to 6:30 PM Monday to Fridays. There are currently 3 members of staff employed on the site, including the applicant. The proposed plans seek to formally use 4 of the rooms in the property for the day nursery and to have a maximum capacity of 20 children aged 0 to 5 years being looked after at the property. Whilst it is accepted that the hours and times of use may well have varied somewhat due to the changing work patterns during the current pandemic, the hours of operation of the day nursery use, in conjunction with the continued use of the property as the applicant's main dwelling, would be uncommon. There are concerns that the intensification of the use of the site as a day nursery, and including the use of the outbuilding, result in a use which is harmful to residential amenity. And furthermore, the impact of the use with potentially 20 children playing and making use of the property and its outside space and garden could be harmful to neighbouring amenities. This concern is supported by the complaints received. There are also concerns in regard to the parking provision and access arrangements at the site. The second access is informal, and at the present time, the formal dropped curb application to highways has not yet been determined. The application seeks to provide 6 off-street spaces, plus the garage space on the site. Council policy would expect 9 spaces for the uses applied for, and so the site provides a shortfall in parking. The highways officer is concerned that the development could not provide a suitable drop-off and pick-up area for children if the parking area is occupied by both parking provision for the dwelling house use as well as parking for staff and other general servicing and deliveries which may be associated with the dual-day nursery dwelling use. The informal access arrangement also makes for difficulty in manoeuvring and reversing and so on off the site. Some photos of the site. So immediately in front of you, the bungalow there is the application site. And as you can see on the right hand side is the existing formal vehicle access with the less formal one on the far left of the image. And the property there with neighbouring properties either side. A general image of the street view on that part of Branksome. The existing driveway frontage, both directions. And that's a view from the back of the garden taken from standing in front of the outbuilding, looking at the back of the bungalow and the existing extension. A view across to the neighbouring properties from different sides of the garden, looking at the garage there, and the other side of the neighbours on the other side to the north, and the view generally of the garden with the outbuilding there on your right hand side. Straight on view of the outbuilding. Some general images of the site. So to summarise, the concerns relating to the intensification of the use of the site adversely impacting the residential amenities, the noise and neighbour amenity impacts from the use, and the concerns regarding parking and highway safety amount to an application that officers do not consider can be supported. The application is therefore recommended for refusal. Happy to take any questions at all.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Councillor Byrne, I can see your hands raised.
Yes, please. I've got 2 questions. The first one, it would seem this couple moved into this house with the sole intention to turn it into a business. It is a business that has actually run under the radar for 2 years. So is it fair to say this couple have flouted every planning law and rule in the book?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Byrne's comments. As ever with applications with uses where there have been complaints and enforcement matters involved in an activity being carried out at home, what we hear from neighbours sometimes doesn't always reflect what the applicant might say, because both parties have their own interests at stake. I think in this instance we have an applicant who has had a child-minding business and for their own interests has wanted to expand that, potentially because we're in the middle of a pandemic as well, looking for different business opportunities. And the applicant doesn't consider the business has been operating for a year. And indeed, the first enforcement complaint the council received was in September last year. That said, neighbours have said there has been an issue with this use being carried out for over a year. I would imagine somewhere between the two, the truth lies. But nonetheless, the applicant has submitted the application for members to consider tonight.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go for it.
Well, when you looked at this app, I would have thought that was way before the £250,000 investment into Branksome Avenue, which is basically to reduce the amount of traffic coming in and out of Branksome. This would add, what we've worked out, at least 60 additional traffic movements. Was this considered in this plan, and would this add weight to members rejecting this application?
It may be better if Julian wanted to answer that question if it's specifically highways based.
Thank you, Chair. I've not been party to the proposals for Branksome Avenue, unfortunately. But in terms of the intensity of traffic, I don't think in terms of from a highway point of view that we had issues with the significant. Well, I don't think it would be a significant level of additional traffic. We have more concerns about the actual accessibility of the parking and whether they're actually 6 spaces that they've shown are actually feasibly achievable. We believe potentially that there may only be 4 with the garage being included within that.
Okay, Councillor Byrne, did you have another question?
Yeah, just have you taken into consideration the minibus as well that's on the site, which takes up another? And there's also a commercial bin collection service, commercial waste that's outside. So is that been taken into consideration, the minibus and the commercial waste collection?
Thank you, Chair. In regard to the commercial servicing of the site, that has been included in the assessment with regards to its impact on residential amenity and certainly on highway movements, as with any use regarding a day nursery in that area and at this location, combined with a C3 use. With regards to the minibus on the site, the applicant has confirmed that that's currently a sawn vehicle, so it's it's off-road at the moment. But I take your point, it's parked on the driveway and that uses a space indeed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure Julian previously said that highways haven't got a problem with this application. But on page 198, paragraph 5.4, highways have raised an objection. Does anybody know what that objection is? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of what I mentioned, Councillor Potter, was in terms of the intensification of traffic, we don't believe that would be a significant problem. We do have however have an objection to the parking proposals, and as we don't believe there is sufficient parking on site for what is proposed, and also to achieve the pickup and drop-off facilities that they require.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Nadia, just a quick question. Obviously, it's common for people to be childminders in their own home. I assume in this case, was it just a case of, that number gradually got bigger? And, what is the deal there if you look after, let's say, 2-3 children? What's your sort of experience with that? Do you know?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think childminding businesses can operate from home because they're usually quite informal. They would be run from someone's home, usually involve that person, that employee, usually self-employed, picking up and looking after a young children for a shorter period of the day, not necessarily the hours associated with a formal day nursery of say 7 a.m. to 6:30, but might be before or after school, or indeed a morning or afternoon nursery pickup from a school, say. And usually, certainly my own personal experience of using childminders in the past, childminders tend to not have more than a handful of children, certainly no more than 6 or less, under 6, because of having the ability to accommodate them within their own home environment, because it is an informal setup. I think the difference here is that this is an activity that has expanded beyond that use, that informal use that could run comfortably within a dwelling house, to something much more formal and more akin to a private day nursery, particularly with regards to the outbuilding and separate areas for a more formal, preschool and nursery learning and messy play and so on. And that makes it quite different from within somebody's own private home childminding, which is what I think most of us are more familiar with.
Okay, thank you. All right then. I don't think there's any further questions there. Right now, we do have a speaker on this particular item, and that's from Dean, who's a representative of the applicant, Dean Hermitage. Dean, are you with us? And if so, did you want to present your case?
Right, yes, thanks, Chair. Shall I kick off?
Yeah, go for it. Thank you.
Good evening, committee. I'm Dean Hermitage. I'm a chartered town planner speaking on behalf of the applicant, Vicky. As you've seen, Claylands is a detached residential bungalow, but an ancillary childminding business has been taking place there since 2017 with up to 10 children. That's been run by Vicky and her partner. It's commonly acknowledged in case law that anyone can run a childminding business, as Nadia has said, from home for up to 6 children without planning permission, with no restrictions, and recent appeals support this. Vicky and her partner can care for 10 children between them without employing anyone, and that's Vicky's fallback position and material planning consideration. The application, as Nadia has said, is to increase staff to 6, including Vicky and her partner, and children capacity from 10 to 20. The Thurrock Childcare Sufficiency Audit is a material consideration and identifies a need for childcare in the Homesteads ward. And since the pandemic, local childminding facilities have become increasingly important for key and frontline workers, especially for those whose children have special needs, and Vicky can cater for those. The Council's School Effectiveness team support this application, and their consultation response is in the background papers. Your officers consider the principle acceptable, but raise noise and parking issues because of the level of use. So in terms of noise, at 7.17 of the report, it says the use of internal rooms by children in this detached house is considered harmful. But we disagree, and we would argue that there would be minimal noise when children are indoors. The house is detached. In terms of outdoor play, we wouldn't have all children out at once. It would be managed as it is now, and bear in mind it operated for almost 3 years without a complaint. So if members are concerned about outdoor noise, you could reasonably impose a condition limiting the number of children allowed outdoors at any one time. The other officer concern is parking, as you've heard. Officers have set out that there is a requirement for 9 spaces, 6 for staff and 3 for residents. At 7.5 of your report, it notes that we can only provide 6. Bear in mind, 2 of the childminders, Vicky and her partner, live on the property. They don't need a work parking space and a domestic space each. Taking this case on its own merits and noting that we've declared a climate emergency in Thurrock, would it perhaps be better to accept 6 parking spaces and impose conditions requiring cycle parking for staff and a site travel plan to be agreed? Almost all staff and parents come from Homesteads, Stamford East and Stamford West wards, very local, and we're confident we can meet a planning condition if the committee impose one. Staggered drop-off and pick-up times are already in place as per individual contracts with parents, never more than 3 drop-offs or pick-ups at once. You could also condition this as part of a travel plan. And the soon-to-be-finished in-and-out driveway, which will have 2 drop curbs, is big enough to cater for that. And there certainly won't be 60 movements a day. Vicky just wants me to add that she's an ambitious resident who provides a high-quality, affordable and accessible public service, vocational and academic education, and local job opportunities and apprenticeships. So in summary, we asked you to consider granting planning permission with tight conditions on outdoor play and a robust travel plan to satisfy the highways concerns. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a look. Okay, so do we have any further questions based on that statement? Councillor Byrne.
Yes, we're saying 20 kids in there. We also got the after school club where they pick up from school and then look after those kids after, which will be more. But on the minimum, we've got 20 cars in, 20 cars out, 6 staff, that's 12, plus them in and out. It is at least 60. So where's this guy get his information from? It cannot be less than 60. It has to be more than 60. 20 in, 20 out, staff and the drop-off points has to be more than 60. He's bluffing it.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Julian, what's I don't know if you're still with us. What's your opinion on access to and from via vehicles? Or Nadia, I'm not sure which one would like to come in on that.
I can jump in there, Chair. Thank you, because I'm not sure if Julian is still actually on the call at the moment. Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I'll leave up to you, Nadia.
No, I'm fine to carry on. The application would generate a need for at least 9 parking spaces and a drop-off and pick-up area to safely be able to manage the dual use at the site. And bearing in mind the site only has the one formal access at the moment, albeit with the informal in-out. It does make it very difficult with regards to manoeuvring and satisfactory parking to manage both uses at the site, because that is the unusual thing here. You know, whilst it may not be unusual to have a nursery in a residential area, it's particularly unusual to have both uses operating from a dwelling house still, and there still being adequate parking available off street to accommodate both of those uses and accesses. So I think there would be a difficulty with that for sure.
Okay, thank you. All right then, Councillor Byrne, your hand's still raised.
Yes, there's another point. There's the garden. They're saying 2 or 3 children in the garden, but you've got 20 kids and you've got what, probably 10 pieces of apparatus outside. So are you going to tell those? Are you going to tell like have 3 kids out and tell 7 they can't play on this equipment? That's just not going to add up. And the main thing is the council have recognised they don't want cars in and out of Branksome Avenue and give the homesteads £250,000 to have traffic calming measures to stop cars going in and out of Branksome Avenue. There's going to be a safe cycle route that's going through, which will make these 60 movements more dangerous to cycles. The actual TVC have recognised the need to stop cars going in and out of Branksome, and this actually defeats the whole object when you're going to put 60 car movements in, when the whole idea of £250,000 is to stop cars going in and out of Branksome. So great business, but in entirely the wrong place. And one other thing, there is a hall or an existing preschool that has closed because of bereavement, which is probably less than half a mile away from them. There's up to Sal, which would be perfect for that. So, which would hold 30 plus kids. So that is a business that they could actually take over if they were serious about childcare. But this is purely to build a business in their home. So there is opportunity to have an existing business to take over. So it's so wrong on so many levels.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. All right then, so it doesn't look like there's any further hands up. Obviously, I think we've filtered into the debate stage. Okay, so let's have a look. I mean, clearly it's an impressive business. I mean, it is a good news story in the sense that you know, we do need more of these nurseries in and around Thurrock. It's not the first time in recent time actually that we've had an application like this at our committee, and it's almost with regret sometimes when you can't give these the seal of approval. I do think, you know, the size of this in a residential area is probably a little bit too much. Clearly, I think the council can do better in terms of suitable locations for these types of sites, because it's clear from this particular business that 2 things: 1, it's incredibly important for the local community, and 2, it's obviously very well sought after if it can reach that capacity. Councillor Byrne, I know you mentioned that there may be a possibility to move up the street, but obviously, you know, it's gonna cost, and it would be nice if the council could provide these sorts of facilities at a cheaper rate. So it's probably a bit too much given its location. I think it's probably a bit too much on the neighbours, but it is almost with regret that, you know, I hope we don't lose the business here, because it's obviously clearly is capable of being incredibly successful. So there's not enough there for me to approve, but it's almost with a tiny bit of regret that we can't give this the green light. But personally, Councillor Fetchin and Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, I think, as Councillor Burns already said, I think we are very much looking at right business, wrong location, unfortunately.
Okay, Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, you just mentioned cost and the whole, say, the business that's available locally. You're talking about this house with a value of around £800,000. So I don't think money is a shortage for this couple.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, ultimately, it's whilst it might be a hall, it might be a location, it might not be. I don't know this particular hall that you're talking about, so I don't know the practicalities of it. All I would say is that clearly, nurseries of this are vitally important, and it would be nice really if that was recognised, not just at a council level, but at a national level. That actually these nurseries are backed up and almost given similar status to nurseries at schools, etc. So, yeah, look, it's not something I can approve this evening, and I hope we don't lose that business. As a ward councillor, Councillor Byrne, I'm not sure if you can be helpful in that department in seeing if they can relocate to somewhere more suitable. But I don't know. It's not my area. Okay.
So you've got Councillor Howden who was on education and children. He's 100% for kids, and he's been amazingly helpful for our Homestead Village Hall. So yeah, we and Gary Collins, we're all for looking after children. We're all about the Homestead Village Hall is all about youth. So yes, we will jump through hoops to help this business. But I say you cannot do it in a house. It's just not suitable.
Okay, Councillor Shinnick.
I was just wondering if there's any way they could have staggered dropping off times and picking up times to relieve, the traffic, because you've got to think there is a need for nurseries, and you're never going to get the ideal place for anywhere, It's just a thought anyway. Thank you.
Okay, no, just a thought. Nadia, did you have anything you wanted to say there in terms of that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did look at that actually in the consideration of the application, particularly with regards the parking impacts and the concerns there. Whilst that could potentially be arranged, it would have to be very carefully managed. And I think ultimately it wouldn't resolve the issue that you could still have 20 children within a day nursery use on the site, as well as the dwelling house use, and it wouldn't alter the harm caused to residential amenity or neighbour amenity. What it may potentially manage a parking situation, but in practice that would still be very difficult to do. So it wasn't explored any further because I don't think it held much weight, to be frank.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So, Councillor Byrne, I can see your hands raised, and I think we'll head to the vote.
Yeah, just for staggered times. I've looked at that, thought about that, but you can't go to 6 schools where the mum's dropping off their other kids and say, will you stagger your opening times to suit our play school? So, although the idea is great, you're not going to get 4 schools to stagger their times to suit 20 children.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So, Councillor Byrne, there is a recommendation on page 204. That's 205. That's recommendation for refusal. Did anyone want to second that? Looking for a seconder. I'll second that, Councillor Byrne. All right then. So we'll head to that vote. All those in favour of refusal, please show me your hand digitally. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Councillor Byrne, just for process, can you?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and all those against refusal. Okay, Councillor Shinnick, was you going to abstain there? Abstentions?
Yeah, I was going to abstain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's 8 votes in favour of refusal and 1 against. Okay then, so that's the end of the planning committee meeting. That's agenda item 12, reference 20/01680/FUL, Claylands, 186 Branscombe Avenue has been refused. Okay then, thank you everyone. Thanks for your time this evening, and I look forward to seeing you all next month.